Hello everyone, today we are going to build Showtime. It's an online movie ticket booking application. So let's have a demo. So here I am already logged in with my super admin. We're going to have multiple accounts. We're going to make this guy an admin, this guy a manager, and this person we're going to use as an end user customer who is going to book a ticket. Okay. I'm going to sign in. I'm using clerk for this. I have enabled GitHub and Google sign in. Also, you can use the credentials also. So once you're signed in, I also set up a web hook in the background that actually syncs the user information, the credentials back in our database. Also, we are using Postgres for this demo. Okay, let's. I'm going to make this person an admin. Not everybody can access the admin console. They have to be made admin, and I'm going to use the super admin to actually. So this person can manage admins. I'm going to make the user as admin. So I became an admin here. Now when I refresh, now this person has all the access of the admin. Let's create the manager. I'm going to again sign in. And when I go into the manager page, again, it's not going to allow us. I'm going to copy that, manage managers. So I created some dummy managers in order to create the existing cinemas, movies, etc. I'm going to make that person an admin as well. As you can see, the UI automatically refreshes, revalidates the cache actually. And you can see the manager. I'm going to refresh this page, so now admin can actually view their cinemas. Right now we don't have this manager does not have any cinemas. So next step, using the admin, I'm going to create a cinema for this guy. So this is a newly created admin account, and I already have some cinemas created. These are the showtimes already running. Let's create a new cinema. Here you can search for, I'm going to create a Inox cinema in the Marina Mall. Marina Mall OMR. Okay. So that's the Marina Mall. I'm going to keep the location there. It's going to be an Inox. I have to paste the manager ID. We're going to paste the address, and we can add screens. Okay, I'm going to add 3 screens, and we can select the projection type, sound system type. I'm going to keep the first one, the IMAX, and the IMAX enhances the sound system. So actually the seats, the creation is not straightforward. Okay, but I have simplified this process. So basically a seat, the layout is going to be a much complex process. I just bypass that using this row and columns, and later the user will be actually using this layout to select the seats. And this is going to be 360 rupees, the price. And the second screen, I'm going to make it a standard with Dolby Digital. This is going to be a bit smaller. The price is going to be 180. And the third one, we can also remove it. Okay, so it's a dynamic form. You can add and remove. I'm going to, so 2 screens are fine. Now let's create the cinema. This is from the admin page. Okay, now the Inox is created. We don't have any shows. And when we go here, that particular manager now can see the cinema information with 2 screens. Now this person can actually create a showtime. So I'm going to select the movie up, and in the first screen I'm going to create a few showtimes. Tomorrow morning 8 o'clock, and tomorrow 12 in the afternoon, and 4. Okay, so basically we created 3 show times. Now I can submit it. Now automatically the UI revalidates the cache. Now we are seeing the results here, the show times here. Let's also create more show times for the screen number 1. So here I'm going to create Mad Max Fury Road, Inox screen number 1, and the second going to be maybe today 10 o'clock in the night, and tomorrow morning and 10 o'clock. Those are the 2 shows for the Mad Max Fury. Now automatically we got the information here. Now let's go to the user. I'm going to sign in again with the Google. Okay, now let's book the ticket. We can select cities here. I have like 9 cities. For now we can navigate. And these are the cinemas I created, dummy cinemas I created earlier. Now here is our Inox. Okay, and clicking that, you can see the movies here. Okay, now it shows two show times for Mad Max Fury, 3 show times for the Up, and that is also divided by date also. Let's have a look at other movies I have created. So this cinema has a lot of movies running right now in the AGS Navalur, and it has the Up is going to have multiple show times. And the good thing is we actually store the, and we will come back to this, okay, that is Judgy, the Seat Analyzer Pro. We can share we actually store the information, the cinema ID, the movie ID, the showtime ID, the URL. Okay, so initially I was using Redux for this, and later I started using the use search params in the Next.js. Now you can share this URL. When somebody else opens it, it automatically opens the dialog along with the selected movie and also the showtime. Okay, and for selecting or for interacting with this seat selection, I'm using a React context with reducer. Okay, and you can reset it. Also, when you select some other showtime, it gets reset automatically. Fine, let's book a ticket. In the Inox, I'm going to select a movie Mad Max Fury Road today. It also shows this number of book tickets versus booked ones. And also there is this Judgy guy. Okay, this person keeps coming up with some comments based on the seat selection. When I select 2 tickets here, it always has something to say. Okay, I use ChatGPT to create these comments, and based on the position and the count, okay, prime non-corner seats, so it has always something to say. Okay, I'm going to book 4 seats here. Let's start booking. So it's going to go to Stripe. It remembers the seat numbers here and also the ticket price. I'm going to book the ticket using the dummy card information. It's going to process. We're going to have make sure that the payment is done in the backend, and we will create the ticket, and it will render the tickets. Now we actually generate a QR code in the background that will contain all the ticket information, the user information, the seat information, the movie name, screen number, etc. You can actually scan this QR code on screen, and basically that will give us a JSON, and as a counterpart, as a mobile application, we can pass even more information into this QR code so that the security personnel can understand who the person is using the QR code, and they can allow them. That is the demo. Now let's go back quickly and Okay. So in the Inox, now we go back tonight. You can see that the book tickets are disabled. The seats are disabled. Okay, and also you can see the count. The 44 seats are remaining out of the 48. So yep, that is the application we are going to build. We are going to use Next.js. This time we are not going to actually use a monorepo. This is a simple Next.js application using app router. We're going to use tRPC in the API route. We're also going to use the tRPC in the React server components, and we'll be using Zod to connect both the UI forms and also the backend input validation. We'll be using the exact same schema in both the places. We'll be using React hook form for managing the forms, React MapGL for managing the maps, Shadcn with Tailwind for the UI, a lot of other fun stuff. Okay. Yep. Let's get started. I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to create a new Next app. We're going to call that Showtime Workshop. I'm going to enable TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, SRC, app router. And I'm going to leave the input alias by the default one. I'm going to enable turbo pack. So we can use by default it is using Webpack, and it takes some more time for running the dev server. It takes it takes 1300 milliseconds, but we can enable turbo pack by adding that flag. Now if I run the dev server, it's going to take like 600 milliseconds, which is about 40%. Okay, so already we have the lint command. We are going to actually create a validate script that uses ESLint, TypeScript, and prettier to make sure that the project is in good shape. The TSC command uses TSC because we already have TypeScript enabled in the next project, and I'm also going to have no emit flag, so that when I run it, it won't actually emit anything, but just checks the types. Okay, we have two things enabled. We need prettier. I'm going to add prettier as a dev dependency. And also we have to create a prettier RC, which is the configuration for the prettier. And I'm going to enable 3 configurations rules. One is I'm going to enable the single quote. I'm going to enable the trailing comma with all. I'm going to disable semicolons. With that, we can now add a script here called format. The format is going to run all TS, TSX, JS, and JSON files, and it's going to ignore the files in the .gitignore. I'm also going to add a .env here. Fine. Now we can run the format script with the check or write flags. Now, first let's just run the format with that -- check. It's going to list the number of the files which needs formatting. Okay, that's based on the formatting configuration we just added. We can run the format script with the write flag to automatically fix every formatting issues. Now if I go back and run the check, all matched files use prettier coding style. Fine. So I'm going to create the write command. Okay, let's create both the scripts. So I'm creating format check and format write with the flags which we just saw. Now we have 3 commands required, right? Linting, TSC, and then formatting. I'm going to create a validate script that's going to run pnpm format write first. We're going to fix all the formatting issues first, and then I'm going to run the linting, and then I'm going to run the TSC. Okay, these 3 scripts are going to run sequentially. You can use concurrently. You can use packages like npm run all or concurrently to save some time and run them parallel. Okay, but I'm going to just keep it. Now we can run the npm validate. That will automatically first fix the formatting, and then it runs the linting, and then it runs the TSC. Okay. Along with this, I'm also going to add the npm build, because sometimes the linting and type checking, they will help us to find some issues. Also, you can actually configure the ESLint to be like really strict with your rules, required rules, and so on. But I'm going to just leave it based on whatever the Next came up with. Okay. But sometimes when I build the project, Next.js finds some new problems. So I just added build as a part of validation. Now if I validate, it's going to run 4 commands in sequence. It finished the formatting, linting, TSC, and then now it's building. Building takes some time. Okay, that's it. Now we have validation ready. Next, we have this validate script. Whenever the developer wants, they can run this and they can make sure it's going to be helpful to identify a lot of issues, that TypeScript related, linting related issues, formatting related. But I'm going to make sure that nobody can commit code. When somebody wants to commit a code, they want to actually pass all these tests. For that, I'm going to install Husky. I'm going to use a package called Husky in it that will update our package.json and create the dependencies. And I'm also installing the updated new package.json. This will also create a Husky folder here, .husky, that is going to have pre-commit. Here we can have the validate script. That's it. Now let's create a bug here. I'm going to create a bug, and I'm going to try to commit this code. This is a bug. Okay, it's a TypeScript error. Now if I try to commit the bug, should fail. It runs the formatting, it runs the linting, it runs the TSC, and it failed. Okay, we have some security. Okay, that's Husky. And I'm going to go extra mile. I'm going to have lint stage. Right now it's sufficient. This setup works, but I'm going to install lint staged. What lint stage does is, right now the validate script is going to run on the whole project. Okay, but the commit should only worry about the files that are staged, right, that are about to be committed. We don't want any formatting, linting, or type issues in the staged files, right? That's what lint stage will help. I'm going to install lint stage as a deb dependency. We also have to create a lint staged config file, lint-staged.config.js. So here I'm again targeting all the tsx, js, and json files. You don't want that. And I'm running npm validate on the files. Okay. Now we can run npm lint staged. I'm going to again add the same problem. Now, okay, let's stage the file. Okay, I have staged the file. Now when I run lint staged, it identified one file. Okay, and it is running npm validate, and it found the error. It also shows where the error is. Cannot assign a because it's a constant. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to, in the pre-commit hook, I'm going to change the validate to the lint staged. That's it. Now let's try to commit. Let's place the bug again. I'm going to stage everything. I'm going to try to commit the code. This should fail actually. Now lint stage is in charge. Okay, we hooked the lint staged command in the pre-commit hook. Add lint staged. Okay, so it identified 3 files, and it's running it ran the npm validate, and it found the error. Okay, fine. We can skip this lint staged part if you want. It's it's an added it's an extra mile. Okay, fine. So that's the first section. The next video I'm going to set up the database, and let's move on. Thanks. See you. Bye. I'm going to create a local Postgres database. So for that you need Docker desktop installed for your computer, for your OS. Make sure it is up and running. So currently I don't have any containers running. I'm going to create a Docker compose YAML file. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste that. So this is for the local database, so I'm not going to use the environment variables for storing the Postgres username, database name, password, and so on. So it's going to be local database, so that's why I'm being careless. Okay, I'm going to modify the port numbers because I have been working, and I'm also going to modify the name of the DB container name and the volume name. Showtime workshop. Okay, you have to remember this Postgres information because while connecting with the Prisma is going to ask for the database URL, and you have to use these credentials for that. I'm going to compose up, or you can also do this. Okay, good. Now our database is running locally. Okay, that's the database. I also have pgadmin running, just in case if you want to do some complex advanced stuff with our database. We are going to use Prisma. Prisma provides Prisma Studio for basic CRUD operations, but pgadmin is more useful for advanced stuff. Okay, our database is running. I'm going to install Prisma as a dev dependency. Okay, now we can see all the commands Prisma has. Okay, whenever we're going to actually maintain a Prisma schema in our repository, and whenever we change that, we can do the migration using this command. If you already have an existing database, if you want to pull the database schema into your Prisma schema in your repository, you can do this. You can bypass the migrate dev by not creating migration, but just updating the local database. You can do database db push and other stuff. I'm going to first initialize Prisma. Okay, that initialized Prisma, that created this Prisma folder with this Prisma schema file. Okay, this is where we will be creating the models, and also it created this .env. Okay, so this is where we have to apply the credentials. Okay, the Postgres username is going to be Postgres, the password is password, and the port number is 1100, and this is the database name. Okay, Postgres. Fine. Now I'm going to create in the Prisma schema. I'm going to create a very basic schema. We're going to use clerk for authentication, and we're going to use a webhook to get. So whenever the user is created in the clerk database, we want to create that user locally. Not locally, but in our own database, right? So I have a basic database schema for that. First, let's just set that up, and then we will be actually coming back here, and we'll be updating the Prisma schema to our showtime application. So this is only for the authentication. First, we need the user information. The user model is going to have an ID that's going to be a string. Nothing is auto generated. We also maintain created at and updated at dates. I have a name, mandatory name, and the image is going to be optional. And we are going to have role-based authentication by actually having a table in that name. So this table is going to be highly protected, and if that particular UID, as you can see, we have this join, right? If this particular user has an admin entry, then that person is an admin. Okay. Similarly, we also have this manager table. So these are the tables required initially. We'll come back here and we will write more tables. Once you're happy with the schema change, you can create a migration. Here there will be the Prisma will generate a in SQL migration file. You will see that pnpm Prisma migrate dev. Okay, init. So that created this migrations file folder with the migration. This is an SQL file, and you can see that all tables are being created along with the foreign keys. That's it. Now you can go to the Prisma Studio. I'm going to open a new Chrome, and that Prisma Studio is running on port number 5555, and you can see the database here. I mean, the tables we just created, we can do basic CRUD operations. I just created a user, and then I'm making that user an admin, and you can delete them also. Okay, you can also update it, and then you can delete it. That's Prisma Studio. Okay. In this section, I'm going to set up clerk. We're going to create a new project in clerk, and we will be setting up the auth pages, the webhook that syncs the data between the clerk database and our database. And also we're going to use a tool called ngrok to actually expose a local host to the internet. Okay, so that the webhook can work. Okay, so let's create a clerk project first. Go to clerk.com, create an account, log in, go to the register, go to the dashboard, create a new application, but I'm going to use an existing one. Okay, I don't want to waste unwanted resources. I don't have any uses. Okay, I just cleaned it up. You get this API keys. You have to carefully copy it. Come to your open the .env and save it here. Okay, fine. And yep, that's pretty much it. I'm going to try to follow the documentation. Continue in docs. So we need to install this package at clerk/Next.js. I'm going to do that. And then we need to wrap we are using app directory. So go to the layout file, and we have to wrap. So it basically asks us to wrap the entire HTML. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Fine. And then it asks me to create an auth middleware. I'm going to use a default one. Basically, we have public routes. Okay, we will start from the matcher. So whatever is in here, it protects all routes. Okay, including the /, including the API and tRPC. And when we add in the ignored routes, it's going to be, it's always is accessible, and no auth information will be provided inside that page or route. And in the public routes, it will have this is accessible. This can be accessed while signed out. Basically, signed in or signed out, these pages can be accessed, and when the signed out user accesses the page, we'll get null auth information, right? So I'm going to copy this, create a middleware. You have to be careful while creating this middleware file. So if you are using app router, if you are not using this src, you have to create the middleware.tcs file in the root. If you are using the src, you have to create inside the src directly. It shouldn't be inside the app directory. Okay, you have to make sure. So I just pasted that. The public routes are going to be the website, and also I'm going to add this API tRPC in the public route, because we are going to have our own AuthZ and our own authentication system, okay? Authentication and authorization system. So the API must be accessible by both the logged in and logged out users. And we don't have any ignored routes. We need auth information for all routes. So basically that's the setup. We may come back here later and we may want to add more. Okay, but let's just go with this flow. That's the middleware. I'm just following the tutorial, the documentation. Okay, now we have everything set up. Now we have to run the project and we will just we'll just see. Okay, so we need to do some cleanups. The page, I'm going to delete everything. Just leave the main here. And also I'm going to delete all the dark mode stuff. Okay, I just cleaned it up. I'm going to use the user profile, but user button here. It's not there because we haven't signed in. Okay, it will show up. The avatar will show up when the user is signed in. Let's create the sign in pages. Actually, the documentation also says about that. Okay, I'm going to create this catch all sign up page and sign in pages. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. Inside the app, I'm going to create a sign up, and I'm also going to create the catch all sign up. So this will be getting like all the routes that starts with sign up / whatever it is. Okay, that will be caught here, and I want this sign up component to handle that. Similarly, I'm also going to have this sign in, and let's use the sign in from the clerk Next.js. Our the sign in sign up pages are done. I'm going to create one more page for viewing the user profile. So again, it's a user profile, and again we're like catching all the routes inside the user profile page, and we are using the user profile component to handle that. Okay, that's what the documentation says. I'm just following the documentation, and also I have to add this. Okay, let's also add the env. So basically, sign in URL, sign up URL after sign in URL after sign up URL. Okay, I think we are done here. One more thing is I want to actually I'm going to use a something called ngrok to actually redirect the local host into the internet. So I installed ngrok using brew. I'm in Mac OS. So you follow whatever OS you are using and you create that. Okay, I'm going to use ngrok. I also created a domain. Okay, I wanted to show you that. I created this domain. It's a free one, and ngrok allows only one domain for free accounts. You can create that. Now what you can do is, I have ngrok created. You have to follow the tutorial, right? You have how to set up ngrok, and you have to actually authenticate that. Basically, I will just show you. Okay, so this is what we have to do. For setting up ngrok, you have to first install however you want for your OS. You have to install ngrok, and then you have to configure it. You have to add auth token. So you have to follow your tutorial, your ngrok dashboard to get this auth token, and we have to run this command. And then I have done both of these things, and I created a domain in the page I showed you, and I'm just redirecting the port number 3000 to this domain. Okay, in order for this to successfully run, your dev server must be running. So I just stopped it. Let's just test it. So I'm running ngrok http on the domain and the port number. Okay, so It's running now. Let's try to access this. Actually, everybody can access this now. It says there's an error because the local server is not running. I'm going to run the dev server, and something is wrong. Segment names. Oh, okay, there is something wrong with the dot. Okay, I think there has to be 3 dots. Okay, sorry for the mistake. Now I'm running it. Now dev server is running. You can also access this domain. You can view the project. Okay, now we have one more thing remaining in the web hooks. Yeah, I'm going to create a, let's create a webhook first. Okay, so inside the app, I'm going to create an API / webhooks because we may have other webhooks as well. I'm going to create clerk / route.ts. Okay, that's going to be the URL. It's going to be the URL / API / webhook / clerk. So there I'm going to create a post request, post function. I'm going to get the payload like this. This webhook event is going to come from the clerk next and server. You get good type safety here. You can access the data, object and type, but now it does not know what data comes with the event, right? But the good thing is when we filter that, when we conditionally filter the types, we are going to actually look for the user created. Now TypeScript will expose more data. See that this is exactly the object clerk will be sending us. Fine. I'm going to destructure ID, first name, last name, image URL, and I'm going to have a try catch. And I'm going to use the, okay, before that we need to create a Prisma. We need to instantiate Prisma. Okay, I'm going to inside the SRC, I'm going to create a db /prisma.ts. Okay, and there I'm going to just copy paste something and we will see. This is how we are going to instantiate a Prisma client, and we are making sure that we save the Prisma client globally, and if that is not existing, then we are initializing the new one. Okay, basically it's a singleton pattern. Okay, that's a Prisma, and here I'm going to use the Prisma client to create the user. I'm going to import the Prisma. Oops. Okay, so this is fully typed. Okay, Prisma is really good at these types. What are the actions you can do? What are the models you have? So right now you have like you have the user, manager, and admin. Those are the 3 tables we created. I'm getting the user. I'm calling the create method. I'm passing the ID, name. I'm like concatenating first name and last name to create the name field, and I'm also passing the image URL to the image. And it's also completely typed. You cannot add any other information, any other properties there. Fine. Once it is successful, I'm returning the response. Success. The next response comes from the next server. And if it fails, I'm going to just basically console log the error, and I'm returning back the status 500. Okay. And finally, if the clerk webhook sends any other webhook event, I'm going to return back status unsupported. This is a webhook. Okay. Now we need to inform. Wow, I have already done that. Let's delete that and add it again. So add endpoint, copy our URL. So our webhook exists in the route API /webhooks/clerk. Okay, and in the events I'm going to enable user created. That's the only thing I care about. We can do a lot of things, as you can see. Click create. That's it. Now let's have our Prisma Studio open so that we know that we have actually added information into our own database. So right now we don't have any data here, right? Let's go to the sign in page and try to sign in. Sign up. Okay. And also you can go to the sign in page. Fine. So I'm going to go to, I'm going to sign in secretly in my other window using Google. I actually enabled Google GitHub and email while creating the clerk project. I did not show you that. Okay, I just signed in with my Google and you can see it here. Okay, now in the webhooks, you can see the request sent and it is succeeded. And oops, okay, I don't have any console log here, but when you go to our own database, now you will see the data. So this is the user I created with. I'm not storing the email ID, I'm just getting the name. This is the exact name I have in my email ID. And we also have this image which comes from my Google ID. And this user, I think this ID is created by the clerk. Okay, that's it. That's the authentication. Okay, let's set up tRPC in this project. Let's install the required dependency. Let's start from the tRPC server at tRPC client, and we're going to use tanstack / react query. And that's a problem that I had issues with working with the version 5, so I have to install the previous one, from the 5th version. So that was the version. Also we have to install the tRPC react query. So these are the required dependencies to create the tRPC routes. Okay, so let's create tRPC. Let's create the server first. Before that we have to initialize the things. I'm going to init tRPC. That's on the tRPC server dot create. Okay, so that's the T, and using that we can create routes. The router which we will use to create routes, I'm going to call this create tRPC router equal t.router. Similarly, I'm also going to create a public procedure. Later we will be creating protected procedure with middleware and so on. Procedure. Okay, that's sufficient. Let's create a router / index.ts. This is going to be the root router. I'm going to call this app router. I'm going to use the create tRPC router which we just created. I'm going to have a simple route called hello, and I will be using the public procedure.query, and here I'm going to return back a really simple an object like dummy one, news content lorem ipsum. Okay, also we have to export the type from here. This type will bind the backend and front end. So in the example, in the tRPC, in the home page, they are showing an example. This is the backend, this is the front end, and when they change the return type in the backend, the front end immediately knows without any code gen or anything. This is the type that makes sure that the front end immediately knows when the backend changes. Type of, we will use this type, the app router type, while creating the client. We are almost done, but we have to create the context. The context is a function which gets called on each request. So I'll copy paste it and we'll just explain. So inside the context, I'm getting the auth object. That we can get the auth object from the session object from the clerk Next.js. This session is going to have the user information, like user ID, session information, and so on. I'm just going to return that. Okay. Also notice I'm getting the headers here because this context is going to be accessed from two places. One is from the client side components and the React side components, and yeah. So that's why I'm getting a header here, and I'm passing that return type, and also I'm passing the Prisma as DB so that anybody can access the context here. And okay, we have destructured that context dot. Okay, now I have to add the context when I'm initializing that dot context. I'm passing the type of the create tRPC context. Okay, so that's how the routers know what the context has. Now we can access the DB. We can do any CRUD operation, any database operations. Also, we have the session information here. You can access the user ID from there. Okay, so everything is done. We have we are good here. Our tRPC server part is almost done. Now let's create the client. We are going to create two types of clients. One is the client. One is the tRPC client that we use from the client side component. I'm going to use create tRPC React from the tRPC React query, and also remember this type we just generated from the root route. Okay, now we can access everything like this. Okay, so this is how we will be using the hook, but we need to also create a provider. I'll just copy paste it and we'll see about it. Okay, and this has to be TSEX because we are using JSX. So initially we are initializing a query client that is coming from the TanStack React query. Okay, that wraps the tRPC provider. We have like two providers working. We are making the tRPC work with the TanStack React query. That's how we get these amazing hooks with loading states, error states, and so on. And I'm getting the tRPC client. Also, I'm creating the tRPC client. We are handling, this is a React query client, this is a tRPC client, and I'm using both the providers here, wrapping them and passing the clients. Okay, boilerplate code. Also, I'm going to have a shared file here. Okay, this is helpful. So this solution I took from T3 stack. In T3 stack there is a variation where they use the tRPC with the app router. Okay, so this code is from that T3 stack. I find it useful actually. We don't have to specify the currently running port number anywhere. We don't have to specify the URL. It understands it. It automatically puts the default port number as 3000, which is our port number, and also our base URL is going to be, our tRPC is going to be base URL /API /tRPC, which we have to create it. Okay, so this is the provider, this is the client. Now the provider is ready. I'm going to go to the layout and I'm going to wrap the entire application with that tRPC React provider. Okay, you can choose to wrap a particular piece of component, but yeah, by default the whole application gets the tRPC clients. Okay, now let's create the API. Here I'm going to create the tRPC tRPC, and then a dynamic route followed by the route.ts. Here I'm going to use the tRPC context which we created in the route. As I told you, the request is going to be different. Okay, that's why I'm getting the request from the next request inside the API, and I'm passing the headers. That's how we generate this create context. And let's create a handler. I'm going to use the fetch request handler from the tRPC server adapters fetch. And I'm passing the endpoint, I'm passing the request, which is the next request, and I'm also passing the app router, the root router. Okay, here we'll be having a lot of sub routes also later. And also I'm passing the request to the React context. So we are almost done. Now from the page, let's just make sure that the application is running. Oh, okay, so I have to add a couple of use client one in the clients. I have to mention it's a client component because we are using hooks. Now it's running. Let's fetch some data. Here also we are going to use this as a client component, so I have to mention that first. And let's fetch the information tRPC client dot hello dot use query, and we can get the data and this loading and a lot of stuff. I'm going to render data dot title and the content. Come on. Okay, actually I did not export the handler as get and handler as post. Now they should be able to find the request, and Prisma is not defined. Okay, so for some reason Prisma is coming from the okay, so I have like specified this Prisma in the global, and I did not want that was not there. Let's import Prisma. That's how we initialize a new one. Okay, so we are getting the data now. Let's change the data. Let's add maybe let's rename the properties content 2, and immediately we get the error here. Okay, so that's the positive point of tRPC. So our app is actually running. Now we have one more thing to do. We have a challenge here. So this is a client component, right? We mentioned this as a client component, but we want to actually allow ourselves to fetch data from the server side component also. So we have to do some complex stuff to achieve that. Again, I got this solution from the T3 stack. I was not able to make this work, and whatever you are going to see now is coming from the tRPC, that the T3 stack. Again, I'm creating a context here. I'm reusing the create tRPC context from the serve and the route we just created. Here I'm getting the header from the next headers. The previous way I was getting the headers from the request that is coming here, from coming to the handler, right? We are already getting the handler request in the handler, and I'm getting the header from the request. But here in the server side components, I'm getting the header directly from the next slash headers, and this is for some debugging, I think. Okay, so stuff even works without that. Let's create the tRPC server client. the last time I was using the create tRPC React from the tRPC React query. Okay, this time I'm getting the tRPC React create tRPC proxy client from not React query. It's from the tRPC client. For some reason it's not showing up. VS Code is not helping me. That comes from the tRPC client. Which one? Create tRPC proxy client. And let's also get the tRPC, the app router. Here they ask for links. Links is going to get an array. Let's have a look at what type it gets, right? It gets the tRPC link. tRPC link is a function. It gets options. Gets the transformer, combine transformer, which we don't want for this demo. It returns the another function called operation link. Okay, this is a function and that's going to have the next and the operation. This guy is going to have the ID type input, the path. The path is the exact route which we are accessing. Also gets the input is the input arguments. Type is one of these three. So we have to go 2 steps deeper, and here you can get the OP, and I'm going to destructure the input, path and type. So basically what we are going to do, we are going to directly call the tRPC procedures. There is a function, there is a provision called call procedure from the tRPC server. Remember, everything is a procedure. Okay, so instead of going to the API route, we are, because the server components lives in the server, the tRPC exists in the server, we are going to actually directly call the tRPC procedures using call procedure. And there is that's what we are doing here. I'm going to use an observable. That's what we are returning, observable from the tRPC server observable. That is going to give back observer and a function. Okay, so the observable is like async stream of data is less. That's how we are managing each and every request. Each and every request is going to be asynchronous, and this is how we are managing it. Here I'm actually going to call this create context, and inside the then I get the context back because that's what it returns. Here I'm going to call the call procedure directly, and this is expecting a few things. Okay, the context is coming from calling the create context, and it will be asking the path. The path comes from this input operation arguments, and passing the procedures. We'll come back to that. The raw input is the input we just destructure here, and also guys, finally I'm having the type. The procedures we can get from the app router def procedures. That's it. That's how we directly call the procedure instead of going to the API route. And once it's done, we're going to get the data, and we will just complete the observer. And before that, we have to pass on the data. We are returning the data, and it has to be in the same format, I guess. And I'm completing the observer. That's it. And if something goes wrong here, if catch, I'm going to throw an error, observer.error .tRPC client error. A lot of RxJS like kind of stuff happening here from cause. Okay, as I told you, this solution I got from the T3 stack. Yep, that's the disclaimer. Okay, now we have the tRPC server ready. Let's try to fetch information from this using this. Let's go back to the page. The first example was working. I'm making this a server component again. I'm making this an asynchronous function, and here I'm going to use the tRPC server dot hello dot query. Okay, in order to use this tRPC client, we don't want the API tRPC. We have to await this, and now that's it. It's actually, the TypeScript is actually working. Let's see if the data works. I'm going to let's change it different, just to make sure that the whole thing is working. Okay, now we get the type errors. It says they have the name and also we have the age, and we get back information. Okay, that's the whole thing. It is a bit complex. It's maturing slowly. The tRPC is going right after they announced the version, the app directory, tRPC was having difficulties, and they have found this solution, and that's what we are going to use in this project. Yep, we are almost done. Okay, one more thing I wanted to show you. Let's create a component here. Okay, just user info. So before that, I have to create types. So we know the app router, right? The type of the root router. We are basically getting the inputs and the output of the whole thing. Now what we can do, now let's create that. So that's how we export the types. Okay, this is again part of a boilerplate. We will be using this in our UI components to know the types of the props. That's what I wanted to show. Let's create this UI component called user info. This is going to get the type information of the hello. Okay, I'm importing the app router output, and then I can get the hello. Here I'm returning div. You can destructure this hello dot age, name and age. Okay, it's type safe. That's why that's what I wanted to show. Similarly, we can also get the specific input types of a particular routes also. Now I'm going to render the component, and we can just pass the, so it's asking for hello, and we can pass the data, and our project is still working. The data is getting. Let's just change it, and you are seeing change here. Okay, so that's how we set up tRPC. The next section we will do the next section. Bye. Okay, now we already have a public procedure. Now I'm going to create a protected procedure. So the protected procedure is going to be a function that is going to use the public procedure. This function is going to take a set of a comma separated roles. For that, I'm going to create a types file, util/types.ts. Here I'm going to export type role admin or manager. So those are the two types of roles we have in this project. And here I'm going to collect all the roles from an array of roles. Okay, here .use. You can actually store the middleware separately, but I find it comfortable to just have it here. It's going to be asynchronous. We are going to get the context and the next, and you know what we have inside the context. We have the session header and so on. I'm just going to see if there are no session, just to be sure. I'm also checking if there are no user ID, I'm going to throw a tRPC error. Okay, code unauthorized. Fine. And now that's authenticated route, right? We can now do okay. After that we can just call the next. I'm passing the session from the context user. We already have the user actually. I'm going to just call the next with that's it. Okay, because already in the context we are adding the session information along with the authenticated user information, so we don't have to do anything. This will create a protected procedure, but we have not implemented the roles, right? Initially I was planning to have like one more route, one more procedure, that is role based authentication, authorization, and later I realized we can just add it here. So I'm going to add a function here called authorize user. That's going to get the user ID and the roles. This is the input given. Okay, when we use this procedure, we are going to use like this. Okay, this means that the particular route has to at least have the accessor, the requester at least must have one of the admin or manager. That is the logic. Let's build it. Here I'm going to have a util file. So the authorized user is going to get the UID and the list of roles. Okay, it's going to return a promise of void. So if there are no roles specified, or if the length is 0, we are just returning it. We don't have anything to do. And we are actually getting the user roles. We actually have the models for the manager and admin, right? So here in this function, we are going to fetch the rows for the particular UID, the requester. And we are comparing dot sum of role. Sum of role includes the role. Okay. So that's the logic we are going with. Like if they try to access admin, if they pass the admin and manager into the protected procedure, we are checking some of the given roles has to be in the user. Let's write the other one. Get user roles. So we are getting the UID. Let's import the Prisma from the DB. And I'm using promise all to fetch both the admin and manager. And if they exist, I'm creating an empty array, and I'm pushing the manager and admin. Also, you cannot push anything else because that's what I have typed the array here. This is the authorization logic. Okay, if there are no roles, we are just returning it. If there are roles, we fetch all roles from the that the user has, and then we are comparing the user roles with the required roles. That is all about the authentication and authorization in the tRPC. Now let's check it. We have our Prisma running, right? We have our Prisma Studio. Now we can actually test the whole thing. We have one procedure. Let's convert that into a protected procedure. Okay, that is a function, and that is going to get a list of thing. Okay, if you don't pass anything, it will make sure that the requester is authenticated. First, let's test that. I'm going to open a incognito and I'm going to call this. Now, okay, I have to restart the server. Whenever I commit the code, this error shows up. Unauthorized. See, so that's the expected error actually. Now when we can like have a try catch and we can handle the error, but let's not complicate too much. As you can see, we are getting the unauthorized error. Okay, we can handle the error. That's, I don't want to go too deep into it. We got the error that is coming from here. Okay, you can also have a message here, and you can see the exact message here. Okay, you can have like more valuable, meaningful error messages, but I'm happy with this. Now let's try one more option. I'm requesting only the admins to call that. Now what am I getting? Okay, so there are two checks. Authentication happens first. It throws this error. Okay, this is what we are looking. The code did not even, the request did not even reach this part of the code. Okay, we still get this. Now we have to actually call the whole thing, call the request from the authorized user. Now we get a different error. User does not have required roles. Okay, when I call this from an unauthenticated user browser, I get a different error, which is unauthorized. You are not authorized. If I'm not passing the message, then it takes the code unauthorized. Okay, but if the authenticated user calls the hello procedure without the admin access, it's going to say user does not have the required roles. I'm just testing if I can just pause this. Okay, maybe that's too much information to the requester. That person could be an attacker, and I don't want to expose a lot of internal information to that person. So that's fine. Now we have the Prisma Studio here, and we have two users. I hope this one is the, okay, so let's make this person an admin. I'm not sure which guy is this. Okay, now you are getting the data, right? If I'm deleting this again, you won't get it. Okay, that is authorization, role-based authorization using tRPC. Okay, so in the next section I will be, so this is kind of like a boilerplate. What we have here, we have like core things working. Like we have set up the tRPC, we have set up the authentication auth service with the clerk, that is working, tRPC is working. And in the next section we will start work with our project. We will be going here, Prisma schema, and we'll be creating the whole schema, and we'll start building our project. Okay, see you next time, bye. Okay, our authorization is working. In this section, we are going to design our database schema, the database tables required for building our showtime application. Okay, so I'm going to revert the hello procedure to use the public procedure. Now things are back. Okay, so let's get started. Go to the prisma.schema file, schema.prisma file. So we already have the user, admin, and manager. This admin guy is going to actually create movies into our database. He's going to create cinemas into our database. Each cinema is going to have a manager or a set of managers. Okay, a number of managers. And I want the cinema creation to be happening by the admin, because there are not going to be like infinite number of cinemas in theaters in a city, right? So I'm going to let the admin do that instead of the managers create cinemas for themselves. Okay, and the manager will be using the movie and the cinema screens to create showtimes. Let's create a cinema model. So it's going to have an auto-generated ID created at updated date. Each cinema theater is going to have a name. It's going to have n number of screens. It's going to have one address. It's going to have n number of managers. Okay. Let's create the address. Address is again going to have auto-generated ID created at the dates. It's going to have one-to-one relationship with the cinema. We are going to have address, which is the address string, and we have the lat long to store the geolocation. And let's create the screen model. The screen model is going to have the default stuff, ID and dates. Screen is going to have a number. It's going to have one screen is going to belong to one cinema. It's going to have n number of seats. I'm going to create every seat in our database. Okay, because I just figured out that there could be like 100 cinema theaters in a city, and each cinema theater is going to have like 200-300 seats, and it's not going to scale infinitely, cinema theaters and the cinema scale. So we are going to actually store each and every seat, and that's really helpful in our booking and tickets. Okay, I'm also going to have two types of enums here for the projection type. It's going to create an enum. It's going to be a standard IMAX, Dolby Cinema, RPX, ScreenX, PLF. Okay, I got this from ChatGPT. I'm not aware of these projection types. For sound system, there are more like mono, stereo, Dolby, digital, Dolby, Atmos, DTS:X, etc. Let's create a seat. A seat is going to, also I'm making sure that one cinema ID, the cinema ID and the number are going to be unique. You don't want to have a screen number of 9 for two screens, right? So I'm making sure that it is unique, and also having a price with a default of 180. We are talking about rupees here. And let's create the seat model. The seat is going to have a row, column, and it's going to belong to one screen. And I'm also making sure screen ID, row, column are going to be, or the ID actually, and that makes sure that the screen ID, row and column, we're going to combine the row and column to create a seat number. Okay, first row, first column is going to be 1-1. That's going to be the seat number. Theaters also use alphabets, right? F1, but I'm going to use just numbers, 1-1. Okay, so that's the seat. Now let's create the movie genre for the movie, a model for the movie. It's going to have this default columns, and then the title, director name, genre is an enum. We will create that. Duration in minutes, release time is the image, actually poster image, and then the number of show times. Let's create the genre enum. Again, I used like ChatGPT to come up with these genres: action, adventure, animation, etc. And each movie is going to have a showtime, a number of showtimes, right? So we have all these properties. We have the start time. Each showtime, we have a movie, we have a screen. Each screen is going to play like 3-4 showtimes every day, per day, and each showtime is going to have one movie, one screen, and it's going to have multiple bookings. Each booking is going to have is going to point to a particular seat. And actually I'm also going to have this showtime enum. I'm not sure if I have if we will have time to actually implement these operations from the manager page, manager dashboard. We can actually postpone or even cancel the showtime. I added this in the database, but I'm not sure if we will add this in our actual application. Okay, so we are here, showtime status, and then let's create the booking. Now both our seat and showtime are looking for one-to-many relationship. So the seat is having n number of bookings because for each showtime we are going to have one booking per seat. Okay, even if one person is booking a ticket with 4 seats, we are going to actually create 4 bookings, and that ticket will have the booking ID and along with the seat number. So that's the design we are going with. And also each showtime is going to have a number of bookings, right? Because we can point to which seats are occupied. So booking is having the dates and ID, auto-generated ID. Each booking is going to have point to one user, one showtime, one row and column. That's going to point to the seat number. Okay. So each booking is going to have one-to-one relationship with the seat and the booking, and it's also going to have one ticket. And each ticket is going to have a number of bookings. You can probably simplify this whole thing, but yeah, this is what we are going to go with. There's a ticket. Each ticket is going to have a number of bookings. Each booking is going to point to one seat. Fine. Now we have to go back and create this one-to-many relationship from the user to ticket, user to booking. That's it. So that's the database schema. You can probably simplify it. Few highlights here. I'm being really careful about tracking each and every seat instead of just having some index or something. Okay, each seat has unique row, and whenever somebody books a ticket, we points to we will combine the showtime and the seat ID. We create the booking, and each ticket is going to have multiple bookings. We can probably simplify it for a tutorial, but this is the design we are going to go with. Fine, let's do the Prisma migration. Showtime tables. Fine. Now our Prisma is ready. I'm going to create a simple router here. We only have one app router. We will be creating a sub route here called movies.ts. Export const movies router. Create tRPC router, and inside that I'm going to create a movies procedure. Okay, it's going to be public dot query. We can also add inputs here. Okay, we have not started using Zard. We will do this time. We are just going to return back all the movies. So I get the Prisma instance from the context.db. We do the, okay, I have to actually restart the TS server sometimes after doing the, when we do the Prisma migration, actually it also generates the Prisma client, but sometimes I have to do this. Now we get the movie. Okay, find many. That's it. That's a route. Now you have to go back to the root route. I'm going to clear this dummy procedure. Movies router. Fine. Now from the page, it's already showing error that the hello procedure is not there. Okay, but now we have the movies router, movies procedure, and we can call the query. Fine. I'm also going to delete this component because I added this component to show the router output type, but yeah, okay, we can delete this. We will be using Shadcn, and we will set up UI components with using an atomic design structure, atoms, molecules, etc. That's in the next section. Right now I'm just going to display some information, and we will directly, okay, so this is going to be an array of movies, right? So maybe let's call it movies.map movie.id. Also we have to specify the key here. Let's have some let's render a few things like title, maybe director. Okay, so we don't have any data now. I'm going to directly add some data using the Prisma Studio. Let's add a dummy title. Okay, I'm going to add Jurassic Park, and then the director is Steven Spielberg. Okay, it's going to be action genre. The duration is going to be, let's just go with some random stuff, 150 minutes probably. For sure, I'm going to leave it empty. I'm saving it. I'm coming back here. You're seeing the data. Okay, so this is a server-side component. The same thing works if I change this page to a client-side component using this use client, and that thing will also work. In the section we just went ahead, created the tables required for the showtime. I wanted to make this DB schema extensive. Yeah, okay. And we created a sub route called movies and attached it to the root route, and we are accessing the data in our React server component, and we are rendering it. Okay, so in this section we are going to set up UI. We're going to use Shadcn. We're going to initialize that. So recently I've been in love with this component library. It's very easy to use, very easy to customize to our taste. It works amazingly well with Tailwind also. So get started. Installation, Next.js. So we already have a Next.js project. Let's initialize it. PNPM DLX is an equivalent of using npx. So it's going to use the Shadcn UI latest and initialize. It's going to ask a few questions. Yep, I'm going to go with the default one, slate, CSS variables, yes. So it went ahead and created these files and updated. Fine. Now let's add some colors. In the global.css, it added all these CSS variables. I'm going to add more variables, and we are going to customize the Tailwind one. Okay. First, the brand Q. Sorry, it's 346 in HSL. So this is going to be like a pinkish red. Okay. And I'm going to copy paste a few colors. I'm going to reuse this CSS variable inside another CSS variable. So we're going to have slate, which is gray, and then yellow, and this is going to be primary, which I'm reusing the brand hue which I just created, which is 346. When I change this, everything changes here. Okay. I'm creating a Tailwind styled palette with the shades starting from 50 to 950. Also, we are having a red. You can choose to save this hue somewhere. Maybe we don't want the red actually. Okay, I don't want the red. I'm also storing the black and white. Similarly, we have a dark mode also. I'm not going to implement dark mode here in this project, but I'm going to save the color information. So here also we are going to have a yellow, which is going to be reverse of what we had in the non-dark, the default root class. In the dark class, the colors, the lightness is going to be reversed, starting from the dark to the brightest one. I'm going to remove the red here. Yeah, I'm happy. Now we have just created the CSS variables. Now we have to let the Tailwind know about this thing, about the CSS variables. Okay, in the color, extend.colors, inside that, I'm not going to touch any of these default ones that Shadcn added. Okay, because some of the Shadcn components are using these classes. I don't want to break them. I'm adding the primary. There is also a primary here. I'm going to delete that. So the primary is accessing the variable. It also allows the alpha value so that we can modify the opacity when we use the Tailwind CSS class names. So that's the primary one. I'm also going to add the gray. Okay, I think we also have the yellow, right? Okay, maybe I'm going to delete that. So we are basically going with the gray and the primary color. Okay, you don't want yellow. Fine. So we added the CSS variables. We added the Tailwind config. We added the CSS variables in the Tailwind config so that we get access to all these classes. Now in the page, let's see if it works. I'm going to make the main bg primary 400. I have to restart it. Okay, you're seeing the color. That is the brand color. Okay, kind of Netflix stuff. This is the brand color, and the CSS is working. Let's also check if the gray is working. The gray is working as well. Fine. The gray is actually a bit bluish. Why not we use the... Okay, the gray is a bit bluish because the hue is like that. Maybe let's just use the same hue for the gray. I'm going to delete everything. I'm going to replace it with the brand hue. Now, oh, okay, so it's a lot reddish now. HSL. Probably I should reduce the saturation to some 10 points. Okay, that is still, I still see some colors here. Okay, maybe 5%. Okay, now we have a gray color that has a tint of our primary color. I'll show something else. If you want to change the primary color, let's do some like 100. You're seeing a tint of green, right? I'm just playing around with the colors. Here I'm going to use the BG of primary 400. This is going to be the gray and this is going to be the primary color. Okay, we can easily modify the primary colors using this brand hue. If it's 200, it's going to be blue and the gray is going to match the primary color. Okay, that's the point. Now I forgot the brand hue, which was 346, which is red, and the gray is actually matching that with some 5% saturation. Fine. Now we have our UI setup. It already, when I initialized Shadcn, it already installed a few packages. Now I'm going to move a bit faster. We are going to create a navbar, a sidebar, a brand component that shows showtime, and also we have to modify this. Let's modify the title bar, the page title. Here, let's modify that to showtime. Okay. This movie ticket booking. That's the description, page description. Fine, I'm happy. Let's modify this, take these colors out. We don't want them. So yeah, we're going to create a navbar, a sidebar, and a few basic components. So in order to create a sidebar, we need a sheet component. Okay. So all the components we are going to use in this project is going to be from the Shadcn. You can always come to the documentation and you can follow how to install that. Okay, manually. You have to install so most of the components are from the Radix UI in this library. You have to install them, and they will give you a pre-styled component. You can always you can go dig deep and we can modify this component as much as you want. The first one, I'm going to install the sheet component. I'm just following the Shadcn documentation. First, I'm installing the React dialog from the Radix UI, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to create a components directory. Oops, I already have a components directory. Okay, I already have that. I'm going to create an atoms directory, sheet.ts. I'm going to paste that. Okay, it's 140 lines. We just installed that, but it's let's restart the TS server. Oh, okay, that's different. It is asking me to install React icons, but when we initialized Shadcn, it already came with a Lucid React. So this is a cross icon, and Lucid React has an X icon. Okay, I'm going to, oh, it's a TSX. That's one more problem. I'm going to so I just used a different existing icon library, X from the existing icon library, and I'm using that here. That is the sheet component. And one more thing, I'm going to use a toast. So this lets us create this toast information. We're going to use it in multiple, whenever we want to do some alert, we will use that. Okay, let's add that. I'm going to add it manually. I'm adding the actual component, and we have to create these files. Okay. I'm going to put it inside the molecules. So these are the 3 files. Okay. So when I initialize Shadcn, it put the CN. This is very helpful. That's from the Tailwind merge. I'm going to replace this, relocate into the styles.index file. I'm going to delete the one that is created. Fine. Now sheet is complaining about the location of the CN. We have to re-import. Fine. Now we just went ahead and created 2 components. Let's fast forward. I'm going to create a button. Okay, we have you can search for button here. It asks you to install the React slot first from the Radix UI. Yes, they are using something called as child. So it uses the slot from the Radix UI. So basically the button will act as a button, but if you pass anything as child, like we can pass a div or span as child, and then it will use the slot, or else by default the component will be a button. Okay, so let's do this. Let's install this. Let's create a button component. Okay, and also I modified I did a small modification here. I added the loading state. Here we don't have a loading state. I modified this component to add the loading state, and I'm having this. Okay, the loader is just an icon from the Lucid React, and then I'm adding the animate sprint from the Tailwind. So we get a loading state in the button. We can also pass that's a boolean. Okay, we also need a button variant, which is here. I'm going to copy this to a separate file. I already have a styles here. I'm going to create a variants.ts. I'm going to paste it. Okay, we're going to export it. CVA is going to come from class variance authority, which got installed when we initialized Shadcn. Fine. So that's the button component with the loader. I'm going to create a simple container. Okay, it's just use the Tailwind container. We are going to have a MX auto margin both ends. We are going to also have a mild padding X. Okay, so that in a mobile screen there will be some space in the ends. That's preference. And I created a type called base component that will have the class name and children. I find it useful. I find that a lot of components are using children and class name again and again. So that's a simple type I created, and it's working. So let's create more useful components. They are just some text and Tailwind classes. One is alert box, which is a flex box. It is going to have some padding Y. It's going to have some background and a flex box with item center and justify center. Okay, justify center and item center. That's the alert box. You can also pass custom class names. Okay, the beauty of this Tailwind merge is that when we pass, for example here, if I am passing like items end, okay, this item center will be replaced with the items end. That's how we deal with the specificity problem. Okay, it's much more than that, much more than the specificity problem. But what comes later here, if I'm adding items baseline, then the items baseline is going to take in charge. Okay, all this previous stuff will be discarded. Okay, so initial stages of the Tailwind used to be a problem. Now the Tailwind merge is really helpful. I'm going to delete this. We don't want that. So that's the alert box. We are going to create more useful components like a brand. It just has some stylings going on, and then I'm having the showtime text here, and below the showtime I'm going to have a developer info to promote myself. Okay, so that's just a string made with heart by Karthik Raghavendran. Okay, made with heart. I'm going to create a simple sidebar. If you look at the sheet component, it's very effective, it's very powerful. We can compose this sheet component to create a lot of powerful components. Like we can modify the sheet overlay, title, footer, etc. But I'm going to create an opinionated sidebar. Okay, so here I'm using the sheet content, sheet trigger. Okay, I'm not using the sheet header, footer, etc. So okay, this has a very specific use case this component has. Okay, it won't be visible in the bigger screens. Let's create the nav bar inside the organisms. Okay, so nav bar is just a nav element where I'm having a container inside. Okay, and I'm using the brand. So that's going to be a flex box. We are going to have the brand information, which is going to have the brand name and the developer info, and we are going to have the user button and the sidebar component in the right end. Let's also create the sidebar component. This is going to be, it is going to have a sheet trigger, is going to be a menu, a hamburger menu, and on clicking that, this sheet will open. Okay, that is going to have a list of menu inside it, and that's it. And in the footer, we are going to have a sign out button from the clerk. Okay, and one more thing I wanted to add is whenever the page changes, the sidebar was not closing in. Okay, so I had to actually create that use dialog state hook. Let's create that inside the util. I'm going to create hooks slash okay as index.ts. So this basically looks for the path name. When the path name changes, just sets the closes it. So I'm using the hook here. This hook returns back the open and set open. That's what we are passing to the sheet component. And when the path name changes, when we navigate to a different URL, the sidebar will close itself. Okay, and I'm having a list of menu, user page, admin page, manager page. We are having the trigger. We are like looping through and displaying all the menu. Also, I'm getting the icon here. Okay, the icon, every icon is going to come from the Lucid React library. Okay, I think our most of our components are ready. Now let's go and render the nav bar. Go to the layout. We'll have the clerk provider, tRPC React provider. Inside the body, going to add a container here. the container is going to come from our atoms. Okay, just a container mx auto. And we also have the toaster. I'm going to keep it outside. I'm also keep the navbar outside. What? JSX. I'm going to rerun the server. Fine. Now we have the navbar here, the showtime. That's the brand component. We have the header, the brand name, and then the made with the developer info. And in the side we are having the sidebar. This button, the whole button is coming from the clerk Next.js, and we can manage things from there. Okay. Yeah, so that's the navbar. Okay, let's create a simple admin console, admin page where we are going to create movies and cinemas. Okay. So inside the app, I'm going to create the admin page. I'm going to create admin is going to have a layout because there are going to be like nested pages inside admin. So I'm going to layout, any layout file is going to get the children, and we are going to have some common logic inside the layout. So later we will be creating pages for managing the movie cinemas, creating new movies and so on. So every action has to be accessed only if the condition here passes. Okay, so the condition is this person has to be an admin. I'm going to create, we already have a movies router. Let me just copy paste and create admins. This is admins route. This has to be protected. Okay, I just converted the movies into admins route, and I'm also going to create admin me. This is also protected, but anybody can access this. They are just seeing if they have admin access. Return context.db.admin.findUnique. Here I'm going to just look for ctx.session.userid. Okay, so they cannot search for anybody else. Okay, if let's just have the let's store the user ID separately. If the ID is not there, okay, oh, okay, actually we can do something like this. When the user passes this middleware, we have to make sure that the user ID is not null, right? We are already checking this condition, but even though TypeScript is not understanding that, it still says that the user ID, we are having this condition. Maybe we can do this. Okay, still TypeScript is not, maybe I'm doing something wrong, but I am going to add the user ID separately here. Context, spread everything inside the context, and then let's just pass the UID there. Okay, now TypeScript knows that this user ID cannot be null, and I'm going to fetch the user ID by context.userid. Fine, so I don't have to check the ID here. Okay, this thing works now. So I just created an admin me route. So inside the layout, I'm going to fetch that admin me equal to tRPC server dot. Okay, I have to actually add the admins route to the root route, and I'm going to get the admin me that query. We also have to await this. Okay, so if admin me is not there, I'm going to return a message. Okay, that's tsx again. You are not an admin, but instead I have an idea. Basically, if somebody else is accessing this page and they are not admin, we are going to actually display their user ID and ask them to pass the UID to the existing admins to make yourself admin. Okay, something like that. I'm going to create a component called tell them. Okay, so basically it gets the UID and the role. We are going to have the message. Okay, we hate to break it to you, but you are not listed as the role. Okay, we can also pass this for a manager and admin, or even more roles if there are in other projects. In our system, you need to contact our admins, hand them your unique ID, and then I'm having this copy to clipboard component. Okay, I'm also going to copy that. This copy to clipboard just uses a navigator clipboard, and on clicking, we're also creating a toast message saying text copied. Okay, fine. So if the admin is not there, I'm going to just use the tell them. Okay, here we have to pass the UID. Maybe let's do something else. Maybe we can get the UID here itself. User ID equal to, this is a server component. We can use the auth here from the Next.js, from the clerk. We get the session and session, and here I'm going to add the user ID. Okay, so we have a small problem, that is we have this middleware, right? Here I'm specifying that only the root, homepage, and the API tRPC are going to be public routes. Any other pages like /admin will automatically be redirected to the sign-in page. Okay, but TypeScript does not know that. That's why we have to, for example, this is the layout. Here automatically we cannot get the session, we cannot access this without logging in. Okay, but still the user ID here is going to be string or null. Okay, so I have to have a redundant check here. Let's just have it here and remove this. I'm getting the user ID, and if the user is not there, I am just displaying a link going to the API auth sign in, or just to sign in. I don't want to. Okay, sign in. Fine. This won't happen actually. Because of the middleware, we already allow only the signed in people, but just having that condition. Now let's re-enable the user information. Fine. There we are passing the UID there, user ID. Fine. Let's open that. /admin. Oops. /admin. We don't have an admin. This is an admin. Oh, we need a page. I'm going to have a dummy page here. This is admin. Okay, now we are looking, this is a tell them component. Okay, on clicking this, we get this toast message saying user something. The text, that's the ID, is copied. Now this is the first admin, right? I am going to add that user directly in the database, because we are in development mode and we don't have the provision to add admin chain in any other way. Okay, added that, save it. Now actually one more thing, we have to return the children. If all condition passes, we have to just return the children. Okay, we can do this. Now we get the hello, this is admin. But I am going to actually have this, make this a dashboard. We are going to have a side, a menu in the side, and we are going to have options like movies, manage cinemas, and so on. And this is going to be the root one. And on clicking it, we will be navigating to admin/movies and so on. Okay, so we need to have an menu structure there. You may be remembering the simple sidebar accidentally I created in the previous section, this component, which just uses a sheet, and that will be hidden by default. That will be actually showing on smaller screen and hidden after the small screens. I'm going to create an admin menu, but that's just going to be some menus link. I'm going to create the admin menu in the organism. Okay, so it's going to start with the admin dashboard, cinemas, create cinema, and this is a sub menu. Okay, I'm differentiating using the PL4 so that it will be like having some aligned, padded from the margin, having some left padding. Okay, and this is the main menu, and this is a sub menu, create movies, manage admin, manages. I'm also having a custom link component, which is basically we can just go ahead and use the same like next link, but I created another component that makes sure that it gets highlighted using the path name. If the menu matches the path name, if the link href matches the path name, then it will be highlighted. Okay, so let me just copy paste that as well. Okay, it looks big. Okay, so this is a custom link. It uses the next link, it uses the href ref and so on. It has a class name, it looks for the path name, and it compares path name and the href. If it's active, we are going to have semi-bold with the text primary. You can also have, okay, yeah, that's it. And also if it's active, I am going to have a icon in the left. It's going to be absolute. You can skip this, so it's additional. So I'm going to import the link from the custom link. Fine. Now simple sidebar is not defined. Oh, okay, I have to import that. Okay, again, that is just a sheet. It is showing, it will be hidden in the small. It is going to have a hamburger menu with the content in the children in the sheet content. This is what we'll be having. By default it will be showing, okay, but when I reduce the size in the mobile screen, it will reduce to the simple menu. On clicking it, we will have the same menu inside the again, we want to go simplify it. You don't need the simple sidebar. You can just go with the admin bar, admin menu, and the children. That works. Okay, this is the admin dashboard. So in the upcoming sections, I will be creating forms for creating my cinemas, displaying cinemas, creating movies, displaying movies, and so on. Okay, let's do the movies page and then the create movies page also. Inside of it, I'm going to have movies/page.tsx. On clicking this, you'll see the movies. Instead of this, we are going to fetch, we have one sample movie already here, Jurassic Park. We are going to render that. Okay. I'm going to create a template file. Templates mean equivalent of pages, called list movies. Here, so we already have this movies route, and who can access this? So right now I keep this as public. Anybody can access all movies. Okay, we can change that, but I'm going to keep it as it is. Movies equal to tRPC server dot movies dot query. Fine. I'm just going to loop through movies dot map. I have to await this movie. Okay, I'm going to create another component called movie info. Let's create that inside the organism movie info.tsx. So this guy gets the, so remember the router outputs, which gives all the types of the outputs of the routes. I'm just getting the movies, and then this is also typed. It shows what routes are there in the root route. I'm selecting the movies. These are the routes inside the movies route. That's movies, and I'm getting the first instance. Okay, just for getting the type of it. I also need to have the image from Next.js. Fine. So I'm going to have a static image called film.png. I will copy paste that. I created using Gemini AI. I'm going to put it inside the public folder. Okay, this is the default image for our movies. So I'm just having this image followed by the title that has some large text, semi-bold, and the director name with no styles, and then genre is inside the extra small. This is like movie card actually, but yep. Now let's render the movie info component that is going to get the movie property. Also we have to pass the key. Fine. Now actually I have to use the movies list movies component in the pages. Okay, let's create one more component, one more movie. So right after this we are going to actually create movies through forms in the create movie page, but just for seeing this, I just want to see one more movie here. I'm going to create Forrest Gump. The director is Robert. I'm going to call him Robert. Genre is drama. Oh, last time actually I did not mention the date. 1994, I think. I'm not going to be extremely precise about this. And this guy happened July 1994. Fine. So later, after this section, we will be setting up the Firebase storage, and we will be uploading our own images for the movies. Now we have two movies. Okay. Oh, Forrest Gump. List movies, maybe I'm going to use grid here. Grid, column 3, some gap. What? Okay, so we have to have a div. Okay, fine. Looks good, decent. I'm going to move on. Next section, I'm going to create this new page. Inside the movies, I'm going to create new /page.tsx. Okay, so that's we are going to create a create movie template. Inside templates, I'm going to create movie.tsx. So before continuing, let's start to work on the form management. We are going to install Zard, React Hook Form, and Hook Form Resolver. Let's first install them. Zard, React Hook Form, and at hook form /resolvers. So Zard is a validation library. We are actually going to use the same form schema that we use in the UI in the tRPC backend also. So it's going to be like really in sync. React Hook Form provides form management hooks. Okay, you will see how to build them under hook form resolvers. It's from the React Hook Form team that is going to help React Hook Form work with other validation libraries also, like Yup, other alternatives of the Zard. Here Zard is we are using the Zard, and it works good with that. Hook form resolvers. Okay, I'm installing these three dependencies. I'm going to create a directory inside the src called forms / okay, create cinema, create movie. Okay, this is going to be the schema for creating the movie. So we have to first install import the Z from Zard. Okay, so using that we can create a new object, and inside that, okay, we are going to create a title. We can have validation conditions also, like it has to have a minimum of 1 character, or we are going to have a message saying movie name is required. In the journal, we can actually combine the enums from the Prisma in our form also. Okay, this journal is from the Prisma client generator type, but we are directly using that enum using the native enum. Same goes for the director. Duration is going to be number, release date is just a string, and the poster URL is any, because I avoid using anywhere, but yeah, for uploading the image file. Yeah, this is, maybe we need to polish it later in other upcoming projects. I'm going to just go with that. And also we can infer the type. Okay, for example, form data equals, okay, so it gets a type actually. This is also useful. And I'm going to export the form management hook. I'm going to call this use form create movie equal to, I'm going to just return the use form from the React hook form. For some reason VS Code is not helping me. React hook form use form. I'm just going to return that. We have to pass the resolver. Here we're going to use a Zard resolver. So import the Zard resolver from the hook form resolvers / Zard, and using that I'm going to pass the schema create movie. Okay, that's all right, but also we have to pass the type we just inferred. I think that is a bit redundant. Maybe React hook form can infer the type using the schema I'm passing. So I'm passing twice, right? Same information. The schema I'm passing, the type I inferred from the schema, I'm also passing that. If I'm not passing that, okay, if I'm using this hook, I'm getting the, okay, I have to only use it in the, okay, I'm getting the register. I'm not getting any type safety, but when I'm passing the generic, the inferred type here, we get the type safety. Okay, that's why I have to do this. Okay, this is sufficient, but I'm also going to have a provider. Okay, no need for the provider. The hook is sufficient. Also, we can have default values here. I'm going to have the default values as okay, you don't have to do that, but yep, I'm just having it. Okay, let's not add it. Now let's use the hook in the create movie page. Here I'm going to use the use form. The naming is actually helpful. Whenever I use a form management hook, I named this starting with the use form so that we can easily search from any component. And that is going to give us a lot of helper functions like register, handle submit. This is what we will be using in the on submit of the form. Reset is to reset the form, and we can get the errors using the form state, and then we can destructure the forms errors. Okay, let's create the form now. Okay. Return. Okay, here we have to do we need form elements, right? We need input element, label element, text area element, and so on. HTML select element. I'm going to create them in Shadcn. You can use default one, but Shadcn comes with some stylings, and I further added more features for those elements also. New components. What are they? Carousel. Okay, that's label. This is the label component, and you have to do this. Okay. So I'm going to fast forward. I'm going to copy paste the input, label, and the select elements. Inside the atoms, I'm going to paste them all. The input is just basic input HTML element, but we have some custom opinionated style here. Okay, and the label is going to have a title and the children, and also it gets the error message. Okay, it automatically it gets the error property. The label component gets the error property, and it renders below the children, which is going to be the input element actually input. And also there is a select, which is basically the default HTML select with some styles. That's it. And for using the label, we have to install this Radix UI React label. Okay, our components are ready. Let's start using them in our form. So inside the form now we can register the form. The first one is going to be title. Okay, and in the title I'm going to pass the title, and also we can pass the error. I have to import that error. I'm going to pass the errors I got for this particular form field. Okay, errors.title.message. Okay, let's quickly have a look at how that form looks. Okay, so this needs to be a client component. Use client. Fine. Okay, let's add some placeholder. Okay, that's how it's going to be. Let's have a button, and we'll see the error message also. I'm going to have a button. Let's delete the loading state for now. The type of button has to be submit, but because by default the type is going to be button. This button has to be submit. Now we have the submit button. Also the style is a bit off. We have to actually change the color of the primary PG text. I'm going to just make it as text white. Okay, that looks okay. Oh, wow. So now I have to manage the on submit here. Inside that I can pass the handle submit. That is going to give us the data, and I'm just going to return this console log the data. Now when I click it, the form gets validated. This code won't run actually. Form submitted. The form submitted code won't happen until all the errors get fixed. Okay, right now we have the form name is there. Also let's console log the errors. There has to be more actually, because we did not even include other form fields. And submitting, we get the error, right? It shows all the errors. Director is required, duration is required, and so on. Fine. Now let's create other form fields. director name. Okay, I'm registering director name and also passing the error to the title. Okay, duration is going to be number, so I'm adding this value as number property while registering the duration. And the release date is going to be date. Okay, release date, and I'm using some I'm getting the date and then I'm doing some check. Actually I'm converting that to the string. The input type is going to be date, so we get this. Fine. The last one, we are going to create journals. We're going to get the journals. We just created this select component. We have to import the journal from the Prisma client, and I'm just looping through all the journals. I'm creating options for that. Okay, using the value we get from that. Journal is not defined. Okay, that is the custom. You can see that this is an input element, this is a select element. They both have same styles. Okay, they have different borders. Oh, border input. Okay, then the select has a different border gray something. Let's modify that to border input. Now they both have the same look with the same roundedness and everything. Okay, that looks good. After we work on the Firebase storage thing, we'll have the image upload facility in the same form. We'll come back to this. Okay, I'm going to, okay, the form is ready. I'm going to go to the movies router where we need to create the create movie route. Create movie. It's going to be a protected procedure. Only admin can access create movie. Nobody else can. Here is the good fun part. Here we are actually using the same schema. Remember, this is the schema we used to create this React hook form. I'm using the exact same form schema as the input for this tRPC procedure. Okay, so when we change this, both the front end and back end will automatically, as they are using the same schema, we don't have to worry about they being not in sync. It's a mutation, and let's destructure the context and input. Return context.db.movie.create. I'm going to pass the data. I think we can simply pass the input there. We'll see. That's it. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to use the create movie route procedure here. This is a client component, so tRPC client dot movies dot create movie dot use mutation. This hook is going to give back the data is loading muted async. Okay, this is the function we need to call here. Let's convert that into an async, and I'm going to call this muted async, and everything is typed. See, and the good thing is I can simply pass the data here, and TypeScript will be happy because we are using the same schema everywhere. This makes me happy. Okay, maybe I'm talking too much here, but yep, movie equals to movie dot. Okay, so we do this. If there is movie, that means the action is successful. I'm going to actually create a toast here. We have the use toast. You can get the toast, and we can we have to do a few more things actually. So first, let's just do the toast. You can pass a title, movie created successfully. Maybe let's also add the movie title there. Movie data.title created successfully. Now, okay. We submit the form, mutation gets successful, we display the toast, we have to reset the form, okay? Reset, and we have to actually navigate back to the movies page. There, without refreshing the page, we want to actually display the newly created movie. How to do that? First, we can actually okay, router equal to use router from the next navigation. Now we can use that to replace. So we can push, when we push a new URL to the history, they can always come back. I don't want to actually come back after submitting a form. So I'm going to use the replace option. Replace method here. We can say admin/movies. That's it. Okay, this is admin/movies. So on submitting this, we will automatically be going here. Now we need to revalidate this page. Okay, there is an option called in the next cache. There is an option called revalidate path and revalidate tag. Okay, we can use the revalidate path, but we cannot use it in the client component. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a server action for that. So inside the util, I'm going to create action/revalidate path.ts. So basically I'm going to use this. I'm going to re-export it. That's it. So I'm importing the same revalidate path as next revalidate path, and I'm re-exporting it, and it has to be use server. We cannot import and use the revalidate in a client environment. So basically what happens is this create movie exists in the browser. Okay, it's a client component, and we are actually hitting the server, asking them to actually revalidate the cache of the admin/movies. Okay, so now let's import the same revalidate path inside the util/action/revalidate path. Okay, so we are doing several things. If the submission is successful, if the mutation is successful, we are resetting the map forms. We are displaying the toast. We are revalidating the path, which is admin/movies. Fine. Okay. And then we are also moving to that path, admin/movies. Let's create a new movie. Okay, Mad Max Fury Road. The director is called George Miller. Duration is 120 minutes. The release date is 7 May 2015. 7 May 2015. Generous action. Fine. Let's see. On submitting, okay. Also, we have to admin/movies. Okay, admin. Okay, that demo was not good actually. Let's do it again. Fury Road 2. Vettimaran. Fine, let's see. I also did not see the toast actually, because okay, it failed. On submitting, we see the toast. We got redirected. We're also seeing the map here. We're also seeing the new thing. One more thing I forgot to add is to add the loading state back to the button. Okay, anyways, we are dealing with the local database. We won't actually see that. It's going to be instant. Fine. Now we have the movies page, we have the create movies page. Okay, and also the best part is everything is typed well. The data object fits perfectly here. See, and yep. See in the next section where we will be creating the cinemas. Bye. Okay, our movie creation is successfully happening. Now let's add Firebase storage and image upload. Okay, for that we need a Firebase project. There are other alternatives, like we can use Cloudinary and other stuff. There is also something called upload thing, but for this example project I took the Firebase. So go to the firebase.google.com. let me show you. Okay, so create a project, go to the storage, enable the storage. Okay, you have to enable this, and then you have to go to the project settings and you have to copy the information. Okay, here there are okay, you have to do this. You have to install the Firebase config. Let's install Firebase, and I'm going to copy paste the Firebase configuration. So I'm going to actually use the env environment variables instead of just simply copy pasting the Firebase config in the TS file. Okay, so I have done this. I just copied all the things, all the config. I just pasted it inside the .env. I added next public before that so that we can access it in the client components. Then inside the util, I'm going to create a folder called config /firebase.ts. There we will be, I'll be pasting this. What was the name? Storage bucket. Okay, that's how we get the instance of the storage. We are first initializing the app, and then we are getting the storage from the get storage. Our Firebase is done. Now I'm going to create a hook to upload image to the Firebase, and that hook, I want that to be like sophisticated to return back what percentage of file is uploaded and so on. I'm not going to build that from scratch, but I'll just copy paste it and I'll explain it. So from the hooks page, hooks file, I'm going to use this, paste this use image upload. Okay, we are going to have two states. One is the boolean. So this hook can be used to get both the percentage and the basic uploading state. So this handle update. So we are going to return back the loading state, the percentage of the loaded file, 0 to 100. Okay, and the handle of upload function. This handle upload function is going to get any files. So if you remember, we mentioned the post URL as any here, right? So that part is a bit weak here. The image files, I'm a bit struggling to type it properly. Same happens here as well. I'm passing the files from the image input input element, and I'm going through all the files. I'm getting the reference of the storage from the Firebase/storage, which we just installed. We have to pass the instance of the storage we created in the config file, and we also need to have the upload bytes resumable, and we are creating a promise, and we are having a listener here which updates the percentage. Okay, and finally we get back the image URLs. So this hook is designed to upload multiple images. Fine, now in the create movie page, I'm going to use this hook. This is going to return back, okay, this is an array actually. The first going to return back the percentage and uploading, and then we have the upload images function. So in the on submit, before calling the muted async, let's also rename this. Create movie. Is that a problem? Fine. Before calling that, I am going to actually call the upload images along with the data.post URL. Okay, now we get back images. Images is going to be, okay, so this has to be async, and the images is going to be an array of string, okay, but we know that we only have only one, we need just the first element, and let's pass that. Poster URL is going to be images, the first item. That's it. Now we need to actually we need an image, an input element, something like this. What? Okay, just some input element. The type is going to be file, accepted is going to be any image format, and on change we can basically register this. Actually this should work, but I'm going to have another component called image preview. It's the purpose of image preview component is we select the image from local computer, local, and it previews the image before uploading. Okay, actually we are uploading the image only on submit, right? So it's good to have a preview of the image, and also we can remove that, we can re-upload another one, right? Technically not uploading, but we are basically previewing it. So I'm going to just copy paste it, and we'll just go through that component. This is going to take the source, which is going to be blob or media source. That's exactly the type of thing that we get from the input element of the type file. We're also going to have a function called clear image, and we are going to have any children. This is going to be the input element actually. So we get all these properties. We are using a use state to save the image URL, and inside the use effect we are going to set the image URL. Okay, we are doing some circus here to actually convert the file we get into the file which we can use inside an image here. Okay, so there was a lot of trial and error while building this, while creating this component, but yeah. And in the button I'm going to clear that image. That's it. There are two options, right? If there are no source, I'm going to just render the children. Okay, I have some styles going on. You'll see this children is going to the actual input element, but if the source is there, we are actually rendering the image. That's it. That's the point. And we are doing some gimmicks to convert the file into the image, which we can use in the image element. That's the image preview. And inside the thing, I'm going to use that image preview component, and I had some issue making it work with the basic input element, so I had to use a controller, which means the controller is going to come from the React hook form. So we need to get the control from the hook as well, the use form hook. We also need the reset field. Okay, that's what we use to actually remove the image. Reset the image. Okay, so basically this makes the whole input element a controlled component. This is uncontrolled. See, I'm not managing, I'm not storing the data value or on change anywhere. I'm just registering the duration. I'm just registering the director name. These are uncontrolled components, but for some reason I had issues while building this project, and hence I had to make it controlled. So basically we use the controller. We pass the control from the hook to understand which form we are dealing with. We give the name, which this is typed as well. Okay, we can select from the suggestions, and inside the render we get the field. There are also other stuff like form state, form field state. We only want the field. This field is going to have the value, on change, and so on. Okay, that's why this is a state management library. Okay, React hook form manages state. Just like this looks like they have some sets use state hook, right? We have value, we have on change, and that's what we are using the on change here. And I'm setting the multiple files because we only want one image. Yep, that's it. Let's have a demo there. Okay, I'm going to use so inside the form I'm going to use a grid actually. So everything other than the image goes inside one child. Okay, and I'm going to have a grid of grid called to with some gap in the form. Now we get this. Okay, we can choose the image. Actually, I forgot to pass the properties inside the image preview. I have to pass this src, which is going to be poster URL. In order to get the poster URL, there is a watch function in the hook, and we can use to get the post URL from there. Okay, so that's we have to pass it here, and also we have to pass the clear image. So that's going to be a function. Okay, I'm going to use reset field, which we destructured from the use form hook. There we can mention this. That's it. Now let's have a demo. Okay, so I have an image here. Choose file. Okay, JBeam. We can clear that. We can re-upload it. We are not actually uploading to a server. Okay, let's create this. Let's create this movie, and we'll see how it goes. But before that, I also had to do one thing. I'm going to create a uploading bar. So first I'm setting the uploading state to the button, because the button has to rotate when the uploading is happening and also the mutation is happening, right? I'm going to create a component called a progress bar. It's a very basic which is going to get a value. It's going to render a. There are two divs. The parent is going to be in a gray 200. The child is going to be of the BG primary is going to get the value, and we are going to set the width basically. Okay, it's a very simple progress bar. That's what I'm going to use under the image preview. Okay, here for the value I'm going to pass the percentage we got from the hook, use image upload hook. Okay, restart. Oh, the submit button is the wrong place actually. Okay, we have to do some things. Good. So we are already seeing the progress bar, right? The gray one. Maybe we should display only when the value greater than. Okay, if value equal to 0, I'm going to return null. About that. Okay, now the bar is not visible. Let's create this movie. I'm uploading the image. We can also remove that. We can re-upload it. Title. Oops, title is JBeam. Director name is TJ Nyanavel. The duration is going to be 164 minutes. The release date is 2nd November 2021. Genre is going to be crime. Okay, let's see if it submit is okay. The progress bar is not working. Okay, the error was in the env. I was having actually like weird. I was lazy. Okay, I copied the Firebase config and I just added the next to public before that, so that the Next.js will expose those information in the client side also. The API key, I had a spelling mistake. Okay, API in the camel case. The whole thing is actually messed up. It's weird to actually have combined these fonts. I was lazy. I'm going to continue to be lazy. Okay, I'm going to fix the API key like this, and now the upload should actually work. Let's refresh the page. Let's try to do that again. Okay, let's hit it again. Oops, same problem there. Okay, I just restarted it. The course error is still happening. I just you also have to check the rules in the storage. Okay, the rules says I have ample time. Okay, I just gave myself ample time to upload. So that is open. You have to make sure that the rule is security rules are set appropriately. Okay, still problems there. Okay, I'm back. There was actually a strange error. So I actually used the values directly in the TypeScript config file instead of getting it from the environment variables, and now it's actually working. Now I have to do one more thing. In the next config, I have to set up the URL of the image source. I'm going to type the images. It's going to get the remote patterns, and inside that we have to specify the host name. So I have to do two things. One is the image.clerk.com. That's where the user the display picture from the Google comes in, right? For the people who are using the Google sign-in. And also I'm going to add the host name, the Firebase storage one. Okay, we have to do this. Now let's have the demo. Create. I have to run the project. Fine. Now let's do it again. JB. Not that guy. Okay. Let's try it again. It's submitting. Okay. It worked, but I was not happy with the loading bar. Okay, but it's fine. I'm going to move across. I have actually seen the combination work. The hook I wrote, right, with the progress bar, but it kind of jumped from 0 to 100 for some reason. Maybe the progress bar equal to 0. If the value is 0, it's null. Okay, so I'm not going to debug that. I'm happy with whatever we have here. Okay, the image upload is successful. We are actually rendering. In order to render that, we have to specify the host name. Okay, in this case it is Firebase storage Google APIs.com. Okay, so movies, create movies is good. I'm happy. I'm going to move on the next section. We are going to create cinemas. We are actually going to use React MapGL to plot the lat long of the cinema and so on. Okay, now it's going to be exciting. See you in the next video. Bye. Okay, let's proceed to build the cinemas page, where we are going to list all cinemas. We are also going to have the screens per cinema and also the showtimes that are running. Okay, the movies that are running in each showtime. Okay. Let's create a new route called cinemas. I'm going to, okay, so we have to create that schema first, but let's just focus on displaying the on the list of cinemas first, and then we will move to create cinemas. Okay, for management and so on. Okay, now let's create the page inside the admin. I'm going to create cinemas/page.tsx. Here I'm going to access that data This is a server component, and let's make the component async. tRPC server dot. Okay, I have to add the cinemas in the route, in the root route. Now we can fetch cinemas here. Fine. Okay, so we are basically rendering all the cinema. Let's go view the page. There's nothing because we don't have any cinemas. Okay, so maybe let's create a dummy one just for displaying purpose. Our Prisma Studio is running. Make sure. I'm going to create a cinema. Okay, this is a dummy cinema name or one, and we can add screens for that. Okay, the number is going to be 0, cinema ID. Okay, let's add one more. Number is going to be 1, cinema is going to be, that's it. So basically we created a cinema with 2 screens. We don't have any seats, we don't have any movies, but still that's sufficient for now. Now we are displaying that. Okay, that's just the idea of the cinema. Okay, now let's create a component called list cinemas. In the template, I'm going to create list cinemas.tsx. So the property is going to be one cinema, and we get the type of the cinema from the router outputs. Okay, and here I'm going to copy paste. So it's like one cinema card. Okay, fine. So this is the plan actually. So I'm going to render the cinema name. I'm going to render how many screens are there. Okay, and then I'm going to loop through each screen, and I'm going to display the screen number. And I'm also, if there are like no show times per screen, I'm going to display that. Okay, there are no shows found in this particular screen. And if there are show times, I'm going to loop through that. I'm going to render the time, the start time. Okay, so actually I'm using format from date FNS. So this will render only the date, time. This will render the date. Okay, so I'm making the date, the time bigger. I'm making the date smaller. That kind of stuff happening. And I'm also going to create some essential components like typography that will supply us with some components like title 2, title 3. They are just okay Tailwind classes based on the font thickness, sizes, and so on. There's also a description. Let's import that, and let's import the image. Fine. We already created this alert box. Remember, it's just a flex box with some padding and some background. That's it. Okay, now we need to have this format. I need to install date FNS. Import format from date FNS, and that is done. Now we have to include that the screens information and the show times information in the cinema. Okay, so go to the cinemas router. Here I'm going to include screens and then include show times true. Okay, so we can optimize this query further. We can even structure the front end so that the show times can only be viewed on clicking or something, right? We can save data, but I'm just going to go with this. Also, the showtime needs movie information. Okay, we can also click this to directly go to that route. It's interesting. Inside the showtime, I need to include the movie information. This is a rich query. Okay, could be really costly, this query, but this thing works for now. So this is the list cinema. That's cinema info. Okay, so that's a different component actually, but yep, I'm going to copy that into the cinema info. Just like we have a movie info component, right? I'm importing all the required components and fine. Now inside the list cinemas, we are going to just loop through the data and we are going to render the cinema info component which we just created. Okay, the cinema is going to be, again we are going to use router outputs. Again, you're going to get the cinemas and then the cinemas. Okay, that is the type, and this is the template. If there are no cinemas found, we are going to just display no cinemas. If there are cinemas, we are going to just loop through and render the cinema info component. Fine. Now in the page, cinemas page, I'm going to just render the list cinemas component. This is going to take the cinemas where I'm going to pass it. Fine. Maybe I have to restart it. Okay, that's the component where this is the list cinemas component. This is component info, I mean cinema info, where we are like looping through the screens and looping through the show times and so on. This is sufficient for now. Let's move on to the create cinema. Okay, let's proceed to the create cinema page. We will start by creating the Zod schema for the form. We will be creating the mutation in the tRPC cinemas route, and yeah, also we are going to use map. So while creating the cinema, we require the admin to actually plot the exact location of the cinema. Okay, all these things we are going to do. This page looks a bit detached to me. I'm going to, so here we have this in the alert box, we are actually overwriting this list of classes with a class name property, right? So here we have bg100, and for some reason the whole background is bg100, so the alert box is not showing nicely. I'm going to override the background class. Okay, it looks a bit better to me. Text gray 600, text small. Okay, yep, fine. Let's continue. What about some roundedness? Okay, right, so I'm going to just leave it here, and let's continue to work on the new page. In the app admin cinemas, I'm going to create new /page.tsx. Okay, new cinema. Okay, the page is ready. Now we have to go to create the form, exact form schema, and then we will do the mutation in the, okay, so in the forms we already have this create cinema. Let's create the create movie. Let's create the create cinema schema. Okay, this is going to be z.object, and inside that we are going to first we're going to expect a manager ID. The manager ID is going to be a string, because the the admin is creating, right? And we want to know what manager ID the cinema belongs to. The cinema is going to have n number of one-to-many relationship between the manager. We are going to get one manager ID while creating the cinema. And we need a cinema name. Okay, it's going to be again a string where we require at least one. Also here we have to have the minimum one. There used to be another method for checking not null, okay, non-empty, but they deprecated it. Instead we have to actually use one. Okay, that makes it that gives an error message saying that manager ID must at least have one character, which is not super clear. So we have to actually give this custom error message. Manager ID is required. And in this schema we are going to we need the address schema. Okay, we can do it in two ways. One, we can do like this: address is z.object. Inside that I'm going to have the address. This is going to be the address string, z.string, and lat is going to be z.number, also the lang. Okay, we can do this is okay, or you can keep it separate and you can just assign the schema. Okay, I prefer this, or it's just preference. One more thing, we also need the schema for the screen, right? In the screen we are saving the audio system, screen type, number of rows, number of columns, and the price. Okay, here we have the sound system type, projection type, etc. I'm going to create a schema for the screen, and this enum comes from the Prisma client. And so I simplified the whole process. Okay, the creation of a cinema screen is a bit complicated. Okay, there are going to be gaps, there are going to be paths, there are going to be areas where no seats will be put. But I simplified this process. We are going to just get the number of rows, number of columns, and we are going to create the set of seats. Okay, yeah. So number of seats is going to be, screens, z.array, because each cinema is going to have a number of screens. Okay, this is the schema. Now let's infer the type from this schema. Okay, we already did this. This gives the type of the schema, and we have to create the form, use form hook. So I'm going to create a hook called use form create cinema. I'm going to return the use form that is coming from the React hook form. We are also passing the type as a generic, and the Zard resolver, we have to assign the resolver. The default values is not required, but it won't hurt to have. The Zard resolver comes from the hook forms resolver. Have to import it at hook resolver / Zard. That will give us the Zard resolver. That's it. That's all we want. But I'm going to create a provider because okay, let's continue to build, but later we have to come back here and we have to create a provider, because this form is going to be a bit advanced. We're going to have multiple stages. Like, this is going to be a nested form. Okay, we're going to like dynamically generate screens, any number of screens, and so on. And this form is going to not exist inside one component. If that happens, for example, in this create movie, the whole component exists, the whole form management exists inside this one component. Hence we can actually use this hook. We got this register, we registered all these elements, and we got the data, and we submit the data, submit the form, right? But the form we are building is a bit advanced. We are going to extract logic into separate inner children components, and hence a provider is required. Okay, so why not? Okay, let's create that. So I'm going to create a component called form provider create cinema. That's going to get any children. So it's of type React node. There I'm going to get the methods, all methods using the form here. Use form create cinema using this hook. And then I'm going to use this form provider that is going to come from, we need to import form provider from the React hook form. Okay, it has to be tsx. And I'm passing the children. We also have to pass all the methods into the form, into the provider. Now we've wrapped the entire create cinema component into this form provider, and we can get the same register inside any number of children. Okay, we don't have to do prop drilling and we don't have to pass around them. Now in the new page, I'm going to use this. This is where we create a new cinema. I'm going to wrap the entire component with the form provider create cinema. Okay, fine. Now let's create a new template called create cinema. Okay, so we have created a simple component here, and I'm going to wrap that. Fine. Now inside here we can use form context. Use form context from React hook form. We also have to pass the type, form type create cinema, and we get the register and handle submit and whatever we want. Now this register is typed, right? This information is actually coming from this schema type is coming from the create cinema schema we created. Fine. Let's create a form now. Let's move fast. Okay. The first one is cinema name. Again, I'm going to use the same label input from our atoms with the place name and a register. Second one is manager ID. And third one, I'm going to actually use a new type of component called text area, which is not new, but I'm going to create because we have to match the style, right? Okay, this has to be a client component. Most of the time when you face an error, you just have to restart it. Okay, that did not solve, but oh, okay. The whole page has to be, I think, I'm not sure. Okay. The whole page is, yeah, that's fine. We don't have any other functionalities going on. The whole page is a client page. Here I'm going to actually create a text area. We can use a text area here, but the style won't match. Text area. Okay, the text area, that is a text area, but it looks really different, right? That does not have any styles. So I'm going to copy paste my own text area component into the atoms. Okay, so we are using the text area. We are having some opinion on it. I think I copied it from Shadcn. Okay. Okay, so this one, okay, I did not write this. I just copied it from Shadcn. Fine. Let's use that. The next one we have to let's have the button. Okay, I'm going to leave the is loading because we are going to write the mutation, and actually we can create cinema without having screens. Okay, we have to actually add the address, add the map. We are going to have a dynamic form nested form using another components called add screens, where we can add any number of screens. I'm going to just bypass them and try to create a simple mutation. So in the cinemas, I'm going to create cinema, which is going to be a protected procedure, only admins can do that, and it's going to be a mutation. Okay, so we have to do some complex stuff here. First of all, let's destructure all the information from the input. Okay, I have to pass the input. That is going to be schema create cinema. Okay, that's the exact schema we use, schema we use in the form we are using in the tRPC input as well. And we can get the address, cinema name, screens, and manager ID from that input. Now we have to create the cinema. db.cinema.create. We have to pass the name which is cinema name, and managers we have to, I'm going to connect or create. Okay, if there are no managers created for that ID, we will create one. I have to give both the create and where properties. Fine, I have entered the name, managers, what else, address and screen. I'm going to do it afterwards. Okay, I'm going to come back here. So we have the mutation here, let's use that. tRPC, this is a client component dot cinemas dot create cinema dot use mutation. This will give us mutate async. I'm going to rename that to create cinema. And let's also restructure the is loading. Okay, and on submit, I'm going to call this handle submit. That's going to give us the data, and I'm going to console log the data. And inside the handle submit, we are going to create the cinema. We can directly pass the data, and if it is successful, remember we did few things in the create movie template. If it is successful, we reset the form, we created a toast, we revalidated the path, and also we redirected the route. Okay, so I'm just going to have it here, and we need the toast and the router. Let's import them. The use router has to come from the next navigation. So if the cinema is successful, I'm going to reset. So we have to get the reset from here, the use form context. First I'm resetting it, and then I'm generally creating a toast. Cinema data dot cinema name created, and I'm going to revalidate, and this is going to be admin / cinemas. The revalidated path is going to come from the util actions revalidate path. Okay, because I could not use it in a client component, so that I'm re-exporting it from a server action. Okay, let's test it out. MapGL cinema 1 manager ID. Okay, we have to create a manager. Okay, so I'm going to sign in with another one of my Gmail Google ID. Okay, and I can see the new user here. Okay, I just created. Okay, this guy. I'm making sure using the color. Fine. Now I need to get the ID. So this guy is going to be the manager for us. Okay, we're doing the mutation. I have to pass the user a manager ID. I'm just going to give some random address here, and yeah, everything should work now. Just make sure that I have this loader set up. On submit, I'm doing some, okay, fine. Let's also have a console log of the errors, just in case. If there are any errors, we can know. Fine, okay. It is successful, but we have a few more things to do. One is we have to actually do a dynamic form where we can add and remove screens. Okay, in the same component, same file, I'm going to create a add screens component. Here I'm going to use a use form context and form context, and we have to actually pass a type here, form type create cinema, and we can get the control register and so on, also the errors. Okay, here actually I forgot to add the errors. I added this property, okay, in the label component I added this error, and I am actually rendering that error here, okay, with the field text rate 500, but I forgot to add here errors dot cinema name dot message. Okay, manager ID, this is going to be address dot address. Okay, this address means that dot schema, this address is the string. Fine. Now one more thing is here, I'll return something dummy. The schema actually has the create cinema schema has an array of screens. Okay, that's what we are doing here. I'm just reminding myself. I'm going to use the use field array, and there I have to pass the control, which I have destructured from here. Also I have to give the name. Okay, it already knows that the form type create schema has an array of screens. Just for an example, let's just have strings. Okay, I will delete that, but when you have two types of arrays, oops, why is not coming then? Why am I not getting the strings? Okay, so basically I'm just learning. So if there's an array of object, this guy, that guy will show up here. Okay, I don't want the names, I was just curious. So if the schema has an array of object, it will show, and here we need the append, remove, and fields. Fine. Now we are going to use the fields. I'm going to loop through them, fields.map, and we are going to get the item and the index. I'm going to call this screen index, and inside this I'm going to okay, first let's have a simple button. Okay, so I'm getting the fields. Initially that will be empty, right? That will be the empty array. We are having an empty array for the screens. These fields will point to the array of screens. So I'm just looping through that. I'm just rendering one remove button, and let's also add one more button for appending. Append. Here I have to pass the default values. Okay, columns 0, row price 0, projection type IMAX, why not, rows 0, sound system is going to be IMAX enhanced. Okay, add screen. What else? Okay, so let's just see that. Create cinema. I have to actually add this add screens component somewhere here. Now nothing showing up. Oh, actually the append button should exist outside of the loop, because if there are no items, then we cannot append. Now we can see that add screen. When I click it, you are seeing something, right? We are looping through, we are displaying something. Let's just display the item dot id. Okay, so it randomly created an id here, and it also remembers. Here, instead of displaying the id, I'm going to have the form. Actually, it's not a, it's an extension of the form. Like, we are already inside the form. Okay, that screen is already inside the form, and we have to just extend. We have to add more elements here. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to copy paste and we will see. Okay, this is huge. I mean, we already saw a lot of things here. The first one is as the projection type. I'm just getting the projection type from the Prisma client. I'm looping through them and I'm having them as options. Same thing goes for the system, sound system type. And here I'm adding the, and I have to tell you this is a bit complicated. Okay, you won't get type safety here. Okay, it's not showing me, it's not helping me. You have to probably go and we have to get the type yourself. Okay, but one good type safety is that we cannot pass anything else here. Okay, the TypeScript won't be happy. You have to go verify what column is there, property name, and you have to add it here. So yeah, these things we already saw. One thing we wanted to know, that I'm using the screen index from here. When I was looping through the fields, we get the item. Maybe let's call it screen. That's clear. Okay, screen and screen index. And the index we are using to fetch the data, fetch the property information. Fine. And let's create a grid component. Here basically when the user is selecting the row and column number, we are going to create a grid based on the row and the count. I'm going to create a component here called grid. It is going to get the rows and columns, they have just numbers, and I'm just looping through, I'm adding the square. Okay, this we have to again create it. A square is just a square with some rounded that will represent a seat. Maybe I'm going to create a util file here. It's called, let's call it screen utils.tsx. This is the square component. Okay, I'm just the square can be booked. You will see it in action when the user books a ticket. We get the booked state, selected state, and we have CSS Tailwind classes accordingly. Let's also bring the grid to that page. Fine. Also we need a curved screen component. I was just creating SVG. Okay, so I was using a SVG path to create a curved screen. You will see it in action now. Okay, we're almost done. Now we need the data for the screens. We can use watch. Last time I was getting this watch, remember, and then I was getting the state from the watch. Actually we can do this. Okay, we can also use watch. Okay, and but you have to actually pass the type here, form type create cinema, and then you can fetch the information. Now if you are not passing the type there, you won't get type safety here. Okay, so we'll use watch this time. You can also use the watch from the use form context. This is actually actual data, and we are just listening to that, and we are rendering the data, rendering the screen actually. Let's add a screen. This is the form. Okay, I'm going to select things. I'm going to 6 rows, 8 columns. Okay, the curved screen is not in the center. And later we will use the exact same square component, the grid component, but that will be clickable, selectable, and all those things, exciting stuff coming up. You can add another screen. You can have make it a bit bigger. Okay, that it's a bigger screen. Okay, cinema 2. Okay, actually fine, we are registering that. Now okay, let's just fix this curved screen. I'm going to just use a flexbox here, flex dot justify center. Now the curved screen is in the center. It looks okay to me. I also have another screen. Okay, we'll use that. We'll use that in the next the ticket booking page. Fine. Now our data is getting collected. We are seeing the screen, right? Now we have to pass the screen information to the mutation. Where is the handle submit? So in the handle submit, I'm already okay. I'm already passing the screen's information there. Okay, I don't want to do anything, but we have to change the this mutation. So the screen information comes with the row and column numbers, right? 8 rows, 12 columns, and so on. But we need to actually generate the seats. So that's what I'm going to do here. We have destructured the screens, and I'm using that data. I'm looping through the data. I'm getting the screen information and the index. I'm destructuring the row and columns. I'm creating a new array for the seats. I'm looping through the rows and then column inside, and then I'm pushing the row and column into the seats, and I'm returning the seats array, the number, which is the screen number. I'm going to use the index of the loop as a screen number, and I'm also passing every other screen data, which includes projection type, price, and sound system type. Okay, now we have the screens with seat. Now along with the managers, we can create the screens. Okay, it has to be create screens with seats. Fine. Now the seats should get updated as well. Cinema 2 manager ID, I forgot. Manager ID Chennai 123. Whatever. I have added the rows, columns. This is going to be a little bit bigger, the screen. Hence the price is going to be okay. Price is going to be the same, 120. Let's try to submit this form. And also, if it is successful, we will be redirected to the admin/cinemas, and that will be like revalidated. The form gets reset and so on. Fine. Now we are seeing the cinema 2 with 2 screens. In our database also, you can see the cinema 2 with 2 screens. Okay, 3-4. The 3-4 has 48 and 96 seats respectively. Okay, we are going good, but in this page we have one thing pending, which is plotting the lat long on a map. Okay, let's add map to our create cinema form. First we need to install a few dependencies. Okay, add map.gl, react mapgl. Let's create some reusable components. I'm going to create a folder and we are going to contain all map related components inside that folder. First I'm going to copy paste the map. So basically I'm importing the MapGL from React MapGL. I'm also using the map props. Maybe I don't want that. Okay, I'm getting the MapGL and then the use map. Okay, and an interesting thing is you can pass a component and you can get the props from there, from props of that component. Okay, and I'm just adding, probably I don't want to have two types. This will work. I'm just getting the types from the MapGL, the props from the MapGL, and I'm adding an additional that is actually a style. Okay, I'm getting a prop called height. The default value is calc of 100 viewport height subtracted by 4 rem. The 4 rem is actually the height of the navbar. So I want to like fill the map to the remaining space. I'm passing the map style. This is a custom map style I created. Okay, you can log into a Mapbox website and you can create your own map styles. It's a black and white map so that I can use it with any brand color, right? Any website, black and white goes well with any color, any brand color and so on. You can actually customize your own map based on your brand color, everything. I have a neutral style here, and also go get a Mapbox token. Okay, I'm not going to include that here. Just Google, use ChatGPT Gemini. I shouldn't say that because then why am I doing the tutorial? But yeah, okay, get some help, fetch, get a Mapbox token, and yeah, so I'm passing the height in the style. I'm also giving it a pitch. I like the style actually. And disabling the double click zoom, scroll zoom, initial view state. This is the location of India, latitude, longitude with the zoom of 4, works perfectly to cover the whole India. And the style map is additional stuff. You can delete this. I'm getting the current, which is the map instance of map itself, and just on load I'm setting fog. Okay, when I'm too zoomed out, the world looks beautiful to me. And also I'm enabling the, yeah, so that's the way. I'm just re-exporting it, right? I'm just re-exporting with some default properties. And I'm going to have a panel component, which is just some absolutely styled position. So if in the map there are like, we have top left, left center, left bottom, and so on, and we can position stuff there. It could be a zoom buttons, could be anything, a search bar, anything, right? The panel, I just wrote this component. And I'm also creating a control, opinionated zoom controls here. Everything just, these are not specifically, they don't belong, other than this use map. That use map we are using to actually zoom in and zoom out. Other than that, they are just buttons with Tailwind classes. Okay, and this is a opinionated zoom controls component, which includes zoom in, zoom out, and you can add more buttons there. Okay, you can create something like this. You can get the map instance. You can do anything with that. For example, the center of map is an example. You can do get center, and that will give you back the on click is a callback. Okay, that passes the center of the map, and you can do anything with that. So yep, that's a zoom control, and also the map marker, which is again we are just re-exporting the React MapGL. This is customizable, right? Yep. So those are the 4 things. Fine. Now our ingredients are ready. Now we can get back to the create cinema, and let's add the map there. Okay. So I'm going to place the map outside. The map is going to come from our components folder. Map. The panel, the default zoom controls, right? The opinionated zoom button, and also I'm using the center of the map, and we need to get the location, right? So whenever we select as a map location, we'll get the center of that, and we set the value there. We can get the set value from here, and I'm just accessing the address.lat, and I'm just assigning the lat there. If you go to the center of map, you can see there is a callback, and the callback on clicking that, we get the lat long of the center of the map, and we just assign the value to the address.lat and address.lang. Okay, so this map marker is going to be a component. I'm going to create that. So we get the address from the existing state, form state, we get the set value, and when we drag end, this is very important. There are other actions like on drag start, on drag end is the most efficient way. We get the lat long, and we are setting the same thing here. And also let's create a simple brand icon. Okay. Export const brand icon equals to, that comes from the Lucid React, that's just an icon, and we don't want to do anything else here. Okay, fine, I'm going to just leave it. Okay, I'm going to place the environment variable map here. Okay, now the map should appear. Fine. Okay, I placed the lat long in the center of the India, and also I adjusted the zoom accordingly so that it covers the whole nation. Now I want this. Okay, there is one more thing we have to do. In the layout file, we have to import the map styles. It is going to be import mapboxgl /dist/mapboxgl.css. Now it is styled appropriately. Okay, now I'm going to put this side by side. Okay, we need okay, we have this. I'm going to make it a grid with grid column 2 and some gap. Fine. Nice. I'm going to quickly add an accordion here. Okay, this can get noisy. Let's create a simple accordion. Before that, we have to so every component I use is from the Shadcn. Shadcn has an amazing accordion component. Accordion. Okay, it starts with accordion. We have to first install the React accordion from Radix UI, and then I'm going to just copy paste the accordion into the accordion file. Okay, chevron down icon. So I'm not going to add use more than one. We already have this Lucid React icon library, and it already has the same icon name. And also I have to readjust the CN we import the cn from our own folder structure. We have the accordion ready, but this accordion is not very opinionated. Okay, it is really powerful. There are like accordion item, trigger, content, but I want something simple. So I created a simple accordion, just composing these base components. The simple accordion is going to just get the title and children. Okay, and we are just passing the title inside the trigger, children inside the content. Okay, this is what we are going to use for making these screens collapsible. Here we have add screens, and I'm going to make this the simple accordion. Also, you have to pass the title. The title is going to be screen index +1 because it starts with 0. Fine. And yeah, we have the title, we have the children. Now it's clean, right? We can view one by one. Fine. It's good. So that's the icon I'm going with. Okay, I could not find what's that represents a screen that does. Okay, so we can drag it anywhere. Let's just look at the data. Fine. Now when I drag it, we get the form data, and it is having the address, right? And we can add the address here. Technically, actually, we have to sync that these two things. Okay, when I drag it, we can technically get an approximate address. You might have seen in the apps, when you drag a pin somewhere, it tries to guess your address. You can do that. Also, when somebody types the address here, we can guess the lat long also. But I'm not doing the sync here. It's up to the admin to keep the address and the marker in sync. We are almost there, I think. I just did this console log to see if the map marker is tracking the location. Fine. Now we have one last thing. Okay, let's go an extra mile. What if the user can actually search the location? Okay, let's add that. I already have it ready. Okay, I'm going to create an organism called search place. It basically has a search okay, so this is the search place component. This is we are going to I would say this is not really well built. We are going to actually build a really primitive drop down. Okay, so we maintain this search value, and you are maintaining the open close states manually. I mean, in a not optimized way. We are having an input box where we will be storing this value, and if it's open, I'm going to render the options I get from that. And in the use search location, I'm actually using the Mapbox API. Okay, I'm using the same Mapbox token. I'm accessing the api.mapbox.com and using the mapbox.places. I'm passing the search text, whatever the user searches, and we will get some auto completion. I mean, like suggestions. So it's not really type safe. I went through a lot of trial and error to get things done. It returns actually a huge object. I suggest you to give it a try. You look at the data it returns, and I pick what I want. I wanted the place name and the location. Okay, so this is the component we are going to use. In the create cinema, I think we already have a panel for having the default zoom location. I'm going to place it here. Okay, just above the default zoom. Okay, this is the component. Now we can search for Madurai, and it looks really ugly. Let's try to do something. Let's give some background white. Okay, looks okay. Rounded LG. Fine. So margin top 1. Okay, it looks okay to me, but still none of the keyboard. Oh, the keyboard is working. I'm really surprised. Fine. Now one more thing. So it goes to that location. Okay, let's also modify the zoom on zoom 10. Essential. Okay, so here we can see, we can let the zoom also. We're going to set it to 10. Now if I'm searching something, Chennai, it goes to the Chennai. And if I'm searching for Paris, it goes to the Paris. This animation is working because I enabled the essential true. Okay, maybe in a real world application you don't want to waste anybody's time or energy of the electricity, right? But this looks cool in a demo, in a tutorial, so that's why I have enabled this essential true. If I take this out, you won't see that cool effect anymore. Okay, Madurai. Fine, we are almost there. The pin does not look like a pin. Okay, so pardon me. Let's create Mayajal. Okay, in the Chennai, it has to be somewhere here. Let's give the same manager ID. The address is going to be ECR Chennai. That's all. I'm going to create 2 screens. There is no IMAX in Chennai actually, I think. And let's keep it smaller. 180. This thing is a bit bigger. 180. And we have also set the location. Fine. Now this thing should work. Good. Now the Mayajal is ready with the 2 screens. In the next sections, we have movies ready, cinemas ready. In the next section, we will be setting up the manager dashboard, and we will create showtimes for the screens. Hi, I just realized I did not pass the address information in the mutation, so we have to do that. In the cinemas, create cinema procedure, we are actually getting this address. Okay, this address is going to have the lat, long, and address string, which we have to pass here as an address. We are going to create a new one. That's it. Now we have to create it again. So I'm going to create a new theater cinema called Satyam Cinemas. I'm going to use the same manager ID there. I'm going to copy the address. We're going to create 2 screens again. Projection standard Dolby Atmos 6.8 price 180. Let's create a mini screen, like something like this. Fine. Now let's search for Royapeta, and I'm going to place it here. Fine. Let's submit. This time we are going to see the cinema created. Satyam Cinemas, and it has the address, it has screen and everything. So in the next section, we'll come back, we'll create the manager dashboard, and we will be creating showtimes in our theaters. Before moving to the manager page, manager dashboard, let's finish this manage admins and manage managers pages in the admin dashboard. In the forms, I'm going to create a create manager file and create the schema create manager. That's going to be an z.object. We need to first import the z, and it's going to only have the ID. Okay, it's going to be a string, and we are going to have some validations. Manager ID is required. Okay, that is the schema. Now I'm going to create a new route inside the tRPC server routes. Let's call it managers. Export const manager routes equal to create tRPC router. I'm going to create a procedure called create, which is going to be a protected procedure. Only admin can access that. .input, I'm going to import the create manager schema, and it's going to be a mutation, and inside the mutation I'm going to get the context and the input. The input is only going to have the ID which we just created, right, the schema. I'm going to return context.db.manager.create. I'm going to just pass the input there. Okay, let's also do the same for the admin. Okay, maybe we'll come back later. We can technically we can use this exact same schema. Admin is also going to need only the ID, but we'll generate another schema for that. And I'm going to infer the type using the z.infer, and I'm also going to create the form management hook. Okay, the use form is going to come from React hook form. Zard resolver is going to come from hook form /resolver/Zard. This is okay. We created the schema, we created the mutation, we have our hook. Now let's go create the page. In the admin, I'm going to create managers/page.tsx. So okay, actually I'm going to this is a very simple form, right? I'm going to have the form above and just list the list of managers below that, okay, in the same page. Okay, let's also have okay, so I'm going to have two components here, as I said. First, we are going to just display manage managers, and then create managers is going to be a template file, and then list managers. Okay, now let's go create these two components inside our organisms. Okay, templates. Create managers, let's call it manager. This is where we're going to have the form. I'm going to import the hook we just created, use form create manager. I'm going to destructure register handle submit and reset. I'm also going to, so this is going to be a client component. I'm going to use a tRPC client one, which gives us the mutation, I mean the hooks. Now we also have to add the managers router to the root router. Now we can get the create. Okay, now we can access the create mutation with the use mutation hook, we get this. Maybe let's rename this to create manager. Fine, this form is going to be simple. We're only going to have one element, one form field. Okay, we're going to have the label and one input, and I'm registering the ID. Now let's have the button here, and let's add the onSubmit. From here, I'm going to just call the mutation, the mutate async. Fine. Now, again, if the mutation is successful, we need to do a few things. One, we have to create a toast saying manager created. We have to reset the form, and also we have to revalidate the path, which is going to be admin/managers. Okay, which is the current path actually. And so we are not actually having a new page for this form, right? We are in the existing page, so we just have to revalidate the path, and the revalidate path should be accessed. Okay, we'll see what error we get. Okay, that is the form. If that failed, then I'm going to raise a toast called action failed. That should be it. Okay, fine. Let's also create the list managers so that we can see the impact, right? We can see the newly created manager instantly. Actually, in the managers route, I have to add one more thing. Managers, maybe find all. Okay, so we already have we are accessing that using managers route name. So I think this should work. This also is going to be a admin only route. We don't need any input here, only the query. I'm going to return the destructure the context, and we fetch all. Fine. Now here, let's use tRPC server dot managers dot find all dot query. Oh, okay. Managers, and then I'm going to just loop through the data. Managers. Okay, I have to await this. Fine. Okay, so we get the image name from the user. So let me include the user information here. Good. Now I'm going to create this user card. Okay, so this is going to have get ID, image, and name inside the user. I'm going to have a image here. If the user does not have an image, we are going to have a default image. Okay, let me just copy paste that into the public folder. We already have this film one, right? I generated one default user image. Okay, and I'm just rendering the name and the ID. The ID is going to be smaller. Fine, and we can also add any other children under the user code. Like we can have actions like delete the user, something like that. Fine. So we have our both create manager and list managers component. Now let's have a look at. Oops, that's okay. So we have a form above. Maybe we can style it well, but I'm just going to go with it. I'm going to make myself a manager. Okay, I'm going to pick I have to run the Prisma Studio. We have 3 users. One of the user is manager. Let's try creating the other 2. Also, let's use the loader here. Loader in the button. Fine, it should work. I'm resetting the field, resetting the form, creating a toast, revalidating the current path, okay, which is admin/managers. Fine. Okay. Submit. Nothing happened. There can be an error. I'm going to use the use form, get the errors from the use form state, and let's just console log it. There are no errors actually. Nothing is happening. Oh, okay. So that is because I did not mention the type as submit. That was another button, so the on submit was not getting triggered. Okay. So whenever we want the submit button, I specify by default every button is a button. That's a safer way because that is the most common use case. Submit buttons are rare. Let's submit it once again. We got an error. Wow. Yep. So that was the error I wanted to show you. Okay. In static generation, store missing in so somehow in the client side in the browser, like I was not able to use the revalidate path from the next cache, and that's why I was I was having the re-exported that using from the user from a use server file. Fine. So let's add some responsiveness here. Okay. Fine. Oh. Fine. It's looking okay. So I'm just going to go with that. Let's try once again. We did not see the full demo. Let me create a manager for the other user as well. Fine. See. Okay, that's about the managers. Let's also complete the manage admins. We are not going to do anything really special, which is going to be really similar to what we did with the managers right now. Create manager. I'm going to just rename that to create admin, and let's okay, and I'm going to create the components as well. Fine. Next we created the form schema, form management hooks. Now we have to add the create procedure in our admins. Okay, it's going to be schema create admin, and we have to modify the table model name there. That is it. Now we have the create admin page, and yeah, it is exactly the path is also admin/admins. And let's also create the create list admins. Fine. Inside admin we already have admins procedure. I'm going to change it to find all. I'm skeptical if I'm actually using that admins procedure anywhere else, so I'm going to run the tsc command to check that. Oh, Actually, we have this error, that's find all. Okay, I have to include the user information there. Now the error should go away. Okay, for some reason TypeScript was a bit slow and it took some time to understand. Okay, fine. Now we have the list admins. I'm fetching the find all from the admins procedure. I'm rendering them. It's basically the same page. Maybe we can reuse that. Okay, but yeah, fine. Let's create the page inside the admins. Let's create one for the admins. That's the admin/admins where we manage the admins. Now we have the page here. I have fixed it. Sometimes Next.js remembers this and it does not move on from the error. I have to restart the server. Okay, it's exactly the same page. Maybe we can do something to reuse the code, reuse the components. I created a redundant components, but I think my rule of thumb is like when we get to a point where we need something for the third time, we will abstract that logic somewhere. Fine. Now let's too many unwanted browser tabs. Let's create the admin. Okay, I was actually calling the exact same ID, right? That person was already an admin. Maybe let's just manage this. Okay, in the create admin, in the admin procedure, so let's check if the admin already exists, and we will have some user readable error message. tRPC error. Code is, what is the code? Maybe I'm going to just have the, okay, we need the code, maybe bad request, and then the message is the user is already an admin. When I try that, we get the error, but now it says the user is already it's already an admin, and we can actually catch that and we will have the display that error. Okay, let's just do that. This is a error. This is a client-side component, and here we are actually getting the error. And I'm going to use an use effect, and if the error is valid, then I'm going to raise a toast. Error dot data dot code error dot message. I think that's sufficient. Let's try that. Oh, I have to give the ID. Invalid user is like, let's try the other one. Code HTTP stack. How can I get the message here? Internal server error. Oh, okay, I'm a bit lost right now. I'm going to move on from this. Okay, maybe in the further projects we will polish this error management to another level. Okay, let's try to create the admin with another user. Okay, admin created. Okay, it's not revalidating. Why? Okay, I have a bug here, which is that if the admin is true, if the admin exists, I have to throw this error. Okay, so I was having a wrong condition there. And the second one here, even if it fails, it's going to have something there. Okay, so the right way to do is to actually get the data here is to have another use effect, and we have to do that inside that use effect. Now I don't have to do anything here, I just fine. Yep, let's try it again. This is the user table. This guy is already as admin. I'm going to copy this username and I'm going to create the admin for that person. Okay, good. There is still some layout problem here. Okay, let's also make the other guy into an admin. Fine. So let's just quickly try to fix what is grid calls 1 by default, and from medium it becomes 3. Maybe you have to change that to large because we already have a sidebar also. Oh, fine. This is what I'm going to go with. Looks decent. Also, we have a duplicate component there. Okay, fine. Yeah, so our admin dashboard is done. We have a dashboard which has nothing. Let's fix that. Okay, but the other pages are done. Okay, we have all the cinemas. Once the cinemas start having the show times, this page will look decent. We have this create cinema page form with all the maps and dynamic forms with the rows and columns. We have the movies page, create movie page along with the image upload storage. Yeah, manage admin, manage managers, which we just built. The last thing is dashboard. I'm basically going to display what number of cinemas we have, what number of movies, what number of admins and managers there are. Let's build that. I'm going to go to the admins route. I'm going to create a procedure called dashboard. This is going to be a protected procedure, only admin can access, and then no inputs required. In the query, I'm going to return back a few things. Okay, first let's start with cinema count. That is going to be, we have to make this asynchronous. Context.db.cinema.count. That's it. I'm also going to count the movie and also going to count the admin and also the manager. I think those are the 4 resources admins manage, right? We don't have anything else. Why not? Let's also count the users, number of users there are. This user actually counts both the admin, manager and everybody, but I'm going to just have that. User count is going to come from the user model. And I'm going to, okay, actually we can do a promise all. Okay. The promise all is going to take an array of asynchronous actions like this. Order is important. Okay, the first one is cinema, movie, admin, manager and user. Okay, cinema, movie count, admin count, and also I'm going to await this. Okay, basically we can return back the whole promise, but I'm going to return cinema count is going to have, it's just a number. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to just return them in their own object, and Prisma can actually understand that. Now in the dashboard, in the admins page, this one, I'm going to access the dashboard procedure. Go to tRPC server dot await that admins dot dashboard dot query. Fine. Now we get back all the information. Okay, maybe I'm just going to leave it as dashboard, and let's just render that. Let's see what data we get back. Fine. Okay, we got back this information. Now I'm going to just loop through the keys and their value. Maybe I'm going to rename those. I don't need this count, which is, I think it's redundant. I'm going to use object.entries, pass the object. Now we get back an array. So each entry is going to have a key and a value. Let's assign the key to the key, and let's let's just print the key and the value. Okay, so now we get this. Let's stylize this a bit. I'm not going to maybe let's create a stat card component which is going to get a key and a value. Inside the organism, I'm going to create a stat card. We cannot pass a key as a property here. Maybe I'm going to call this title. That's going to be a string, and children, it's going to be a React node. Can pass value, but children with React node is much more versatile. Okay, let's have some padding here, and then let's make the title bigger. Okay, I think the number has to be okay. I'm going to just go with some basic things here. Children are going to be much bigger. I'm going to make them bolder. Okay, let's use this stat card. Okay, we have to pass the children, so I'm going to pass the value here. We also need to enter the key, which is the key, and the title is also going to be the key. Okay, not bad. Border, rounded, large, shadow, large. I'm going to also add a capitalize in the title. Fine, we can also create a link here. Okay, I'm going to make the stat card a link from the next link, and also we need to get the href, and we can just pass it. Okay, so each stat card is going to, wow. Okay, some I get that back. This second going to be do. So I'm happy with the dashboard. You can make that as a link. In the previous video I did this actually. I had a stat card component. On clicking the cinema, we will be directed here. On clicking the movies, we will be directed here, and so on. But I'm going to just leave it this way. Okay, simple. And the next section we will be creating the manager dashboard and creating showcase. And then the upcoming sections we will be creating the user dashboard with tickets, and we'll be creating a search page with a map where users can actually search cinemas on the map, and then the movies running on that cinema, and they can book tickets. Okay, I'm going to quickly add the href back. Okay, and then we don't have to technically loop through that. We can do this. Key is going to be dashboard.admin and the key is going to be admins. Okay, that we don't need a key there. Okay, the title is going to be admins and the value is dashboard.admin, and also the href is going to be /admin/admins. Similarly, we have the managers, cinemas, so out of this we don't have this page yet. Okay, now we can click through the ones and we can go to the particular pages: movies, cinemas, managers, admin. Okay, I'm going to fast forward, and we cannot actually create users here, right? Maybe I'm just playing. I think I'm making the href optional, and I'm going to create a comp which is going to be a link. Okay, if the href is valid, that's going to be the component is going to be link, or else it's going to be a div. And now I'm going to use the comp instead of the a link. Now based on the availability of the href, it will be acting as a link or href. So here I'm going to just do this. Okay, so it's not really beautiful, but yeah, it's a bit hacky. I'm just going to move on with this. Now we can click on every other one, but the user does not have the href. It's going to be the div with the href of slash. Okay, yeah. Hello everyone, today I'm going to let's build the manager layout, which is going to be very similar to what we did with the admin dashboard. So in the pages, we already have this admin and layout and so on. We are going to create the manager / page.tsx. Okay, here let's create the dashboard for the managers. It's going to be something like this, but the manager can only see their own cinemas, their own showtimes probably. Okay, this can be accessed by admin and the manager, admin or the manager. Here let's get the manager id, uid equal to ctx.session. okay, ctx.user id, and now cinema where managers sum. So sum of the manager has to be this. Okay, and that is going to be the condition. The manager cannot have movies. The manager cannot have anything else other than the cinema. Maybe they can have showtimes. Showtime where just the two things: showtimes, number of showtimes and number of cinemas. Okay, that is the dashboard in the manager route. So here this is going to be like manager / cinemas and dashboard dot cinema. Fine, now we have one page. Let's also create the layout. It's going to be very similar to the admin layout. Now we have to create the menu for the manager. So I'm just going to modify the admin menu to the manager menu. Manager is going to have a dashboard, cinemas. The manager cannot create a cinema. Manager cannot create or view the movies. Okay, actually we are going to list the 1 minute. We are going to actually list the showtimes along with the cinemas, okay, just for simplicity. So I'm just going to have this. We are going to only have the dashboard, cinemas, and the cinema / new showtime. So these are the 3 actions the managers can do. Now in the layout, I'm going to rename the admin menu to manager menu, and we are done. Okay. One more thing, we have to actually get the manager me. Okay, so this is the manager me procedure, which won't get any input data, but it looks at the context, it looks at the user information, and it returns back to a manager if the user has a manager account. Fine. Now let's go to the manager page. Okay, this guy already has 1 cinema but 0 showtimes. Fine. Maybe I think I also have 1 more user created. Okay, so I have this guy. Okay, this is my 1 more account. This guy does not have any movies or cinemas or showtimes created. I'm going to delete this guy so that we can see that initial page. I can delete 2 of because 2 of them does not have any manager accounts. Now if I refresh, we are going to see, we are going to ask the manager to pass the ID to the admin to create a manager account for them. Manage managers. I'm making that person a manager, and now I come back here. Now we see the information. Okay, fine. Let's also make the other guy to the manager back. Fine. The other guy is actually this guy. Okay, the admin. Fine. This guy does not have any cinemas or showtimes. Okay. Now our dashboard is ready. Okay, we have to create the cinemas page and create showtimes page. Okay, let's create a cinemas page. Already we have a cinemas page here. See, I'm going to actually use the same thing, but there the manager is going to see only the cinemas that belong to him or her. Let's create a route. In the admins route, we have the cinemas. Fine. Okay, so we already have this. I'm going to create my cinemas. That means the cinemas that belong to the managers, and we get this manager ID. We have to filter that where managers some. Okay. Oh, we are inside the include. Sorry, where managers some ID is equal to okay, this is not a public procedure, this is a protected procedure where admin, okay, where managers can only access. Okay, I don't think of any other access pattern there. That is my cinemas, which is the shape has to be similar. Okay, the return type has to be similar because we are going to reuse the same component in our manager page also. I just copy pasted the cinemas page from the admin to the manager. We don't need the new one on the page. I'm going to convert this into my cinemas, and this thing works. Okay, because the page, I just created a cinema page with this content, and I'm fetching the data from the my cinemas procedure, and this list it was expecting this prop, fine, but the point is both of these cinemas and my cinemas are actually returning the same return type. There is, it's not like we can change here, right? There can be some mismatch happening between these two. Okay, this is a vulnerable piece in the project, but I'm going to just move on with that, acknowledge that and move on. Maybe we can think about it, solve it. Maybe we can do something else to have after all, actually this is not a huge deal. Actually, this is a very simple component. Okay, maybe we can just copy paste it here instead of thinking too much. Fine. Okay. Okay, so this is what I'm going to go with. We have the cinemas. Let's now proceed to create showtime. So whenever we are dealing with a mutation, we have to first start with the forms. Okay, let's create the showtime.tsx, because we are going to have hooks there. Export const schema create showtime. This is going to be a z.object. Is going to have screen ID, so which screen that particular showtime is created, and also the movie ID. We are just comparing, every show is between a screen and a movie, right? And actually the movie has to come first, and then we are going to have showtimes. This is going to be a z.array of c.object of time, which is going to be z.string. This is the schema for creating a showtime. Okay, and I'm going to infer the type of the showtime, and also I'm going to create the hook. We did this thing multiple times in this project. We used the Zod resolver, and I'm having some weird default values. Maybe I don't want this. I'll come back if I want that. I don't know why I have that in my practice project. And also this is going to be dynamic, and we are going to have nested forms, so I'm going to need a form provider. Okay, we did this too while creating the cinema, remember? So basically we are getting everything, the register, the handle, everything, handle, submit, everything into the methods, and we are just passing everything to the provider. Now we can use form context, and we can get those values. Okay, our schema is ready. Now let's this second step would be to create the mutation using the schema. Okay, so let's create a new route here called showtimes.ts. I'm going to create a procedure called create. This is going to be a protected procedure. Both the admin and manager can create showtimes. And input is going to be schema create showtime, and then it's a mutation, and we destructure the context and the input. Fine. Now we have to prepare a few things. I'm going to destructure the information from the schema. I'm going to see if the screen is available. Okay, we cannot create a showtime if the screen ID is invalid, and then we can create the showtimes. Create many, and inside that I'm going to pass the data. The data is going to be the screen, the showtimes dot map. We need to do some cleanups here. That is going to return back the screen ID from here, the movie ID. Screen ID and movie are from the destructured things, and then I'm going to just pass the start time. It's going to be a date of the showtime dot time. That is it. Okay, we are basically applying the screen ID and the move ID to each and every showtime. That's what we are doing here while mapping through them. And okay, so if the screen is not there, we have to throw an error. Bad request. Screen not found. Okay, actually the same thing happens for the movie as well. We have to do that. Closed it accidentally. Okay, let's convert these two into a promise. We're going to get the screen and the promise all. Okay, I'm going to await. I'm going to use a promise dot all. That's going to get an array. We can pass these asynchronous actions. Fine. Now we fetch the screen and movie in parallel, and if one of them is not there, I'm going to just return back a bad request. Screen or movie not found. Okay, the error message can be clear, but okay, so this is the mutation. We have created the form, we have created the hooks, form provider. The mutation is done using the schema. Next, we have to create the UI. Okay, let's create the cinemas page and the create showtime pages. Inside the manager, I'm going to create cinemas / page.tsx. Also, I'm going to create a page called new showtime / page.tsx. So here we are going to actually list the cinemas that belong. Cinemas that belong to the manager. Where we already have the tRPC server dot cinemas dot my cinemas dot query. Okay, so basically this I had some issue. Okay, so it stopped recording midway, and I'm just continuing from there. It's not going to be really confusing, but yeah, I don't remember if I recorded this or not. So this is a my schema procedure. We're going to just filter based on the manager ID, all the cinema, based on manager ID. I'm also fetching some, including the showtimes, movies, and so on. This is going to be similar to what we had in the cinemas procedure also. And now I'm going to just loop through, and we already have this cinema template. Okay, we can basically use it, but the type is a bit different here. So I'm just going to reuse the code here. Okay, my cinemas. Oh, I have to update that. I keep forgetting a few things again and again. Okay, cinema info is just a card. I'm just going to display the screen numbers, cinema name, and then the loop through all the screens, and then loop through all the showtimes inside the screens. Okay, this is common, but also you have to be aware about the type we are passing here. I'm reusing this from two ways, from two queries, but yeah, but we have TypeScript. It will complain if you're trying to do something wrong. Okay, so we have created the cinemas. Okay, this manager has one theater called Satyam Cinemas. It has two screens, and both screens don't have any shows. Now let's create showtime. So again, it's a page. We're going to create a template for called create showtime. The concept is going to be like, for creating a showtime, we need to know which movie, right? That's the first thing. Which screen to run the movie, and the times. We are going to create multiple show times in one go. We are going to just get the movie ID, screen ID, and the list of date times, and we will just in the backend we will loop through that and we will create those show times. Now let's create a simple component in the template called create showtimes.tsx. And before that, I also have to wrap we have a provider, okay, and I'm going to go to the page and I'm going to wrap the entire component with form provider create showtime. Fine. Here I'm going to create a component, import a component from the templates create showtimes. Fine. Okay, I'm going to fast forward a bit. So we are inside a form provider, so we can use the context, use form context here, and we have to actually pass a type as a generic so that we get the type safety there. And also we have a mutation called showtimes.create. Okay, so we are getting the same schema, we are looping through, we are seeing if the screen is there, movie is there, and we are just creating the show times accordingly. So we are using both these hooks. We also need the toast and replace, the router. Use router must come from the next navigation, and I'm going to call this router instead of, because replace alone does not mean much. Okay, now let's start to create our form. I'm going to have the handle submit in the on submit. Let's just console log the data first. Fine. So we're going to have three components here. Okay, the first one is going to be I'm going to have a component called select movie, and then we're going to have a component called select screen, and then add shows. So here actually we can do it in two ways. One, we can have a simple input element there, we can get a number, okay, and we can check that we are actually checking that ID in the backend also, if that particular movie exists or not. But I'm going to go extra mile. We're going to actually fetch all existing movies and we're going to display a drop down. Okay, we are going to do an asynchronous call, and then we will be displaying all the movies, and when people select that, we will get the ID from that movie. Okay, that's much more user friendly way. Same thing will happen for the select screen also. Let's create that component. Here I'm going to fetch all the movie information using this movie query, and then I'm going to copy paste the component and we will just see. It's basically okay, so we are inside a label. We are having a loading information there because it's asynchronous, and it may take so in some scenarios it may take a few seconds and people shouldn't get confused. So I'm displaying a loading, and yeah, I'm looping through all the data we received, and I'm displaying the title, but the value is going to be the ID. Okay, on select, on change, we are actually setting the value. We have to actually set the set value, get the set value from the context. Use form context. Again, we have to pass the form type create showtime. There we can get the set value, and in the set value I have to actually pass the key first. In this case it is going to be the movie ID. Okay, in the drop down we are displaying the movie title, but we are actually saving the movie ID because that is the value, and that is what we are getting here. Okay, non change. That is a select movie. Let's test that out. Okay, this has to be a client component because we are using a lot of hooks here. I don't know. Okay, the The page must also be a client component, this one, because we are using a form provider there, and this cannot be asynchronous. Okay, see, that is coming from a database. You can briefly see a loading bar there, loading text there, loading. Okay, fine. Next, let's do the second one. Select screen. I'm going to copy paste that. It's going to be a really similar to what we did. Okay, again we are fetching the data from my screens, which is going to get all the screens that the particular the requester is a manager. Okay, we are also getting the cinema information, including the cinema information. That's how we can actually display the name. Here, last time I was displaying the movie name, movie title, but the value was movie ID. Here the value is movie screen ID, but the displayed value in the UI is going to be cinema name followed by the screen number. Okay, the particular manager can have multiple cinemas. They can have a MapGL cinema, Satyam cinema, and we will be rendering Satyam 0, Satyam 1, MapGL 0, MapGL 1. So that's how they can differentiate which screens they are actually creating the showtime for. Okay, so again, this is really similar to what we did in the previous component. Let's uncomment that. When we refresh, you will quickly see a loading bar there. Okay, so this particular manager has one cinema with 2 screens. That's what we are seeing here. Fine, let's do the last one, add shows. So I told you that we are going to create multiple show times in one go. Okay, we are just going to get some date times. So again I'm using use form context. I'm getting the control and register. I'm going to use field array, and the type information gets passed with this control. Okay, so that the hook knows that we have a showtime array. Okay, it knows that because we are passing the control there. That's it, and let's create. So whenever we're dealing with an array, we need 2 buttons, one for appending an item into an array and for removing that particular item. Okay, and also we will be looping these fields, item field, that's an array. We will loop that fields to render the created items. Okay, here I'm looping through that. I'm inside a grid. I'm looping through that. Each item is going to have a label. I don't want a title there. Okay, fine. Okay, and I'm registering it. Okay, also you don't have any suggestions here, but you get some type safety. You cannot have wrong values. You can only have what you have in your schema, and it's a datetime local. And let's create a button, append button. So this button exists outside of the loop, and we are on clicking, we are actually calling the append function from here, use field array. So that will create a new item into an array, showtimes array. The plus is just an icon, and also we need one more button inside the loop. Okay, key. Okay, here I'm going to call the remove. That is also coming from the use field array, and I'm going to rename this. This is actually a showtime. This is a showtime index. Okay, that is much more clearer. And here, while removing, I just have to pass the showtime index. Okay, that's it. Let's have a look at the demo. Okay, clicking, I'm creating the shows. Okay, the remove button has a wrong text there. Show. Oh, I renamed I renamed the wrong button. Fine, you can add. Okay, you can add showtimes. We can select some date and time, and we can remove that particular item. Okay, this is a nested field. I think we are almost done. We are good to go. I'm going to create a like 3 show times, one for the tomorrow, 8 in the morning. Okay, 12 in the afternoon, evening 4. Okay, I'm basically creating 3 shows for Forest Camp. Maybe let's create for JBeam. Okay, 3 shows in Satyam Cinemas. We can add more. We can modify this form further by actually allowing the user to create a number of selecting other screens also. Okay, but I think this is sufficient. Now I forgot to actually add a submit button. The type has to be submit, and we are good. Let's call this. Oh, okay. I'm just consoling log that. That is helpful as well. We can see the movie ID, screen ID, and also the show times. It's a very simple schema. Okay, we are getting like 3 types of data: show times and the movie ID and screen ID. We have to call the create show time here, and also we need to have some user effects to display appropriate error messages and success messages. I'm going to just call create show time. We can just pass the data there. Okay, and we can destructure the data and error inside a user effect. I'm going to destructure. I'm going to use, if the data is successful, I'm going to do a few things. I'm going to first toast show times created. Okay, let's also do the same thing for the error. Action failed. And for the success, we have to do a few more things. One, I have to actually go back. I'm going to use replace. I'm going to go back to the admins. Okay, not admins, managers slash cinemas. Manager slash cinemas. Manager slash cinemas. And I'm also going to revalidate path. That is going to come from our own actions. Okay, not from the next slash cache, because that cannot be used in the client side component. Manager slash cinemas. Okay, also we have to reset the form. That's it. First we reset the form, we create a toast, and then we revalidate the path, and then we are actually routing back to the manager cinema page. Let's see. I'm going to create shows in the screen number 0 for JBeam, create 3 show times. Okay, so we have 3 show times: 8 o'clock in the morning, 12 in the afternoon, and 4 in the evening. So let's submit it. Good. So we get the toast, we got redirected to this page, and also we have the revalidation happened. And it's a bit odd to see this gray area here. Let's just go fix it, and we are done with this section. Okay, actually the problem is I'm having this check here, but the alert box exists outside of the condition, so that's why I was having that gray area. Now it looks good, fine. I'm happy with this. See in the next section where we will be creating a map, searching cinemas, and booking tickets. Okay, bye. Hello everyone. So let's work on the home page. We are going to have a map here where right now we are going to create a feature which goes like this. We are going to have a dialog where we'll also have a keyboard shortcut L, okay, for selecting the location. On clicking L, pressing L, we will open a dialog that will show a list of city names. Okay, and people can, on clicking any of the cities, the map will actually move to that location. And in the upcoming sections we will be displaying the cinemas there. Okay, so let's clean up. Right now we are just fetching some movies and rendering them. I'm going to clear everything. Let's create a component. I'm going to create a component called search cinemas. Let's build that. So inside the templates, I'm going to create a search cinemas.tsx. Okay. So we're going to import the map component from the map and the panel. Also, we have this default zoom controls. We used all these things in the previous, while creating the cinema also we were using the exact same components. Now we need to create this set city. Okay. I'm going to create the set city here. So I'm creating the open and the set open using the use state. We also need to fetch the map we are going to manipulate. Okay, so this is that map instance is going to be used for like fly to. Okay, return. Let's have a button first. So this button is going to be existing in the left top. That's where the whole set city component exists, right? Panel left top, and there we are going to, this is an icon. We're going to have a button which is going to say map icon with the L. Okay, cannot resolve it. Restart. Okay, this has to be use state, use client, since we are using hooks there. Okay, so this is what we get. The default location is set to the latitude 20, 78 and zoom 4. You can play around with this. Okay, so that cuts a part of India. Can we use decimal points? Fine, so 4.5 looks good. Okay, now, so on clicking this, we are going to have a dialog. Let's build the dialog inside the set city. Okay, so for that actually we have to create the dialog component. I'm going to use Shadcn again. Inside the components, search for the dialog, and I think we already have the React dialog in the package. Okay, the React dialog is already there, the same component. So I'm going to just copy this and create the dialog inside the atoms dialog.tsx. Okay. I'm going to change the icon library. I'm going to use an icon called ex. That's for the closing button. Also, we have to re-import the cn because I keep the cn in a different location. Fine, our dialog is there. Now again, one good thing about Shadcn is the component is extremely composable. It's very powerful, but I'm not going to carry up all these ingredients and compose a dialog every time, right? I want something simpler. So I'm going to create a simple dialog component which will only expose required things like open, set open, title, children, that's all. So I'm going to put this simple dialog inside the molecules. So that's going to get this open, set open, title and children, and we are using those ingredients. Okay, where we put the hidden. Okay. So I just composed a simple dialog, and that's what I'm going to use in my search cinema page. I'm going to pass the open and set open to the simple dialog. I'm also going to set the title as select city. Okay, and inside that we need children. I'm going to create, so I'm going to have some classes, grid calls 3 and some gaps, and then let's create a static their data. So inside the util, I'm going to create a file called static.ts. Okay, so I just have all the cities, I mean the major cities in India along with their lat long. I'm also using their own languages there. Okay, fine. This is the data I'm going to render inside the dialog. Cities.map city. Okay. Inside that I'm going to just render a button with the city.name and also the English name. Okay, I have to import the cities. We need a key city.id. Okay, so basically I'm just looping through the static data and I'm rendering the city name with the English name. Now when we press it, we see this. Okay, now I'm going to have some styles in the button. So I'm just having some padding, roundedness. On hovering, I'm having some shadow also. Okay. Let's also have some transition shadow. Okay, so it gives some smoothness. Fine. Oops. Border does not look good actually. Fine, so I'm going to just go with this. Now on clicking this, I want the map to be zoomed into that location. Now we have that location and also we have this map. So let's have an on click here. I'm going to use the map.flyto. I'm going to pass the lat long into the center. Okay, lat long. How do we get that? The lat is going to come from the city.lat. Lang is going to come from the city.lang. Also, let's modify the zoom. I'm going to set the zoom to like 10. We'll test that. And also on clicking it, I want to, I think I need to close the, okay, so I need to close the dialog also on clicking that. So I'm selecting Chennai. Oh, so it immediately went in. It's okay, it is usable, but I'm going to add the essential to true so that we get some really good animation. Let's go to Amaravati. That's Vijayawada. Okay, that's Amaravati. Okay. Bengaluru, Mumbai. Okay, that's it. And I'm also going to have some keyboard shortcuts. So okay, that's why I'm having this L here. On clicking L, I want to open the button, right? So I'm going to create a hook called on key press. So inside the hooks, I'm going to create this use key press. It's going to get any number of keys, also the callback action. Okay, so inside and use effect, we are going to have a listener, and when that button is pressed, I will be calling this action. Okay, and also when the component unmounts, we are like removing the event listener. Okay, so we can just use this hook, and I'm going to first is going to be the array of letters. In this case, I just want the L. And then the action is going to be set open of okay, let's just reverse the state. Okay, fine. Now when I press L, this button, this dialog opens. You can also use the tab here, and let's go to Hyderabad. Okay, fine. In the next section, we will be creating querying the cinemas geographically. We are basically, it's going to be really simple. We are not going to use any advanced geo querying tools in the Postgres. I think there are tools like PostGIS and so on. We are just going to use a simple where condition. Okay, using the MapGL, we are going to fetch the four corners, and we will just filter the database using that. Okay, using a simple where condition. Okay, see you. Bye. Hello everyone. Okay, so in this section we are going to see how to display cinemas on a map. Okay, we already have received the lat long, the geolocation of each cinema, so that's what we are going to do. And one thing I just noticed that the map is a bit tilted. I did this for some styling. There is this pitch. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, let's reduce some latitude, increase that also. Okay, let's reduce the zoom. Okay, looks good. Let's proceed. In the home, we have the search cinema. Okay, now this is what we are going to do. On clicking the particular cinema, we will then ask to select the movie, and then we will ask the users to select the showtime, all these things, right? So initially I was using Redux to store all this information, but then we got this use search param in the Next.js. Okay, so basically we can use the URL to store the state, and now people can actually share that particular URL to others also. Okay, so we're going to fetch some data. That means we need to write the query. We have the cinemas route. Let's create a new procedure called search cinemas. This is going to be public, and one thing I wanted to add is we did not include pagination and other sorting and filtering capabilities for any of these procedures, right? I'm going to add them here for this. I'm going to add a directory called input, and inside that I'm going to create something called cinemas/.input.ts. Okay, and also I'm going to copy paste a common.input.ts, where we will have the common schemas for the string filter. This is exactly the shape Prisma expects. Okay, the same we have for the date time filter, for sorting, for the string list filter. Okay, this is exactly the shape we can pass into the Prisma for filtering. Also I added this location filter, which we will use in this example. So this northeast lat long, south, north, east lat long, southwest lat long. Okay, maybe I'm reversed in this. My footage is reversed, but still remember, not northeast lat long, southwest lat long. So that's what we are going to use to filter cinemas using the where condition. Fine. Let's create the cinemas input. This is also, I'm going to copy paste a whole bunch of stuff. This is not just where condition, so we also have the sorting. So this is the root find many arguments. Okay, we're going to have this where. We're also going to have this order by, cursor, and the take and skip for the pagination, and also we can add the distinct. Okay, in my previous GraphQL API, I was actually deriving everything from the Prisma types. Let's have a quick look at what I used to do in the GraphQL API. So this was the last the repository from the last video. This is the applications API. I was using a Nest.js for this. Inside the SRC, we had these models, and each and every model, for example, let's have a look at the products model. We have this GraphQL, and I have this extensive DTOs happening. Okay, in the find, I was having this where, order by, sort, and everything. I was actually designing the where everything based on how the Prisma will be expecting. Okay, it was easier because and then we can simply use the DTO in our operations, Prisma operations. So I tried to do something like that. The good thing here is I extend everything from the Prisma type. So where, for example, let's have a look at the where. Okay, here I'm implementing this product where input from the Prisma. So this class has to have everything that the product where input has. Okay, so if we change a property in the Prisma, for example, if I change this name to title, this part will, TypeScript will actually show an error here. Okay, I had a really solid setup in the GraphQL, but in the tRPC I tried to achieve that, but I had some difficulties, and also this is a poor man's, maybe I don't want to say that, but yeah, I tried to get it really extensive filtering and sorting input types, but I could not do this in the whole tRPC setup. Maybe in the future we will see how to do that. Right now we don't have any type safety, that's what I'm saying. Here, if I add some title here, string filter, okay, I don't have any types of so this is kind of a work in progress. Maybe later we will find a solution that binds, that creates a dependency of these schemas from the Prisma types. Okay, right now we have the find cinema argument schema. I'm going to apply that in the search cinemas as input. Now we can get the context and input. The input is going to now have the cursor, distinct, skip, take, where, and so on. Now you have to actually manually, you can add more properties for filtering and sorting. We are inside the cinema. So here, if you want to sort based on the created at, you can add it. Updated at, name. But what I wanted to say is we don't have any type safety. You can add anything there. Previously it was not possible in the GraphQL Nest.js setup. It was not possible. And let's also add a few things for filtering also. Name is going to be string filter. Okay, created at, data filter, updated at. You can also extend, like if you have the same setup for the screen, you can actually add that here. Screens, maybe screens order by with the relationship, something like that. but I keep this light. Fine. And we need one more input actually. It's going to be an object of location filter. Okay, we saw that here, northeast lang, northeast latitude, longitude, and the latitude and longitude in the southwest. Okay, I have to name this. Yep. Okay, now I'm going to destructure all the filters from the input. Yeah, let's call this location filter. And from the location filter, I'm going to destructure these things. Now let's just write our query. Return context.db.cinema.findMini, and then I'm going to add the destructured things, everything. And actually for the where, I'm going to have more conditions here. First, I'm spreading all the where stuff we got in the where, and also this is where I'm going to add the geo condition less than or equal to ne lat, greater than or equal to sw lat. Similarly, for the longitude, I need to make sure less than or equal to ne lang and greater than or equal to sw long. Okay, and I'm also going to include the address data. Okay, this is the search cinemas query. Okay, here I'm going to create one more component called display cinemas. Inside that, I'm going to again get the map, because we have to actually get the bounds, right? The northwest, southwest, northeast, southwest bounds. That's why we're getting the map here. And let's also use a use state to store the bounds information. Now let's set up a listener, event listener from the MapGL. I'm going to use a use effect, and map.on. The map can be undefined. So we have to actually look for two different things. One is drag end, and once it is done, I'm going to actually get the bounds from the map.getBounds. Okay, and also we have to set the bounds using the setBounds. Fine. Now we also need zoom end. Okay, maybe let's create a function called handle bounds. Let's do that inside it, and now we can just call that from both our event listeners. Fine, let's just console log it and see how does that work. I have added the component back in the main search cinemas component. Fine, now when I drag, nothing happens. Okay, I had to just refresh it. Now the event listener seems to be working. Okay, and it's performant. I mean, it's optimized as well. When I'm dragging like this, nothing happens. When I stop it, we get the bounds. Okay, we get this northeast and southwest lat long, so that those were the exact things we need. And just for safety, I'm going to return when the use effect unmounts, then the component unmounts. I'm going to just turn off the event listener. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, fine. Now I'm going to use memo to create a location filter. Fine. That's the location filter. Now we can use the location filter in our query. I'm going to use tRPC client dot cinemas dot search cinemas dot use query, and I'm going to pass the location filter there. Okay, and it exactly matched the type, so it is happy. Yep. Let's return the data in the data. We don't want the div, but I'm going to just loop through the data, and we get the cinema where I'm going to use the marker from our organism. The marker is going to take the latitude, longitude, and what else? Okay, it is actually asking for a key. Let's give the cinema.id as a key, and also let's provide the cinema.address dot lat and longitude. So I'm just handling the location with 0. This is actually not a good practice, because we are going to, when something goes wrong, we are going to get the marker in the latitude 0 and 0, okay, near Africa. But I'm just going to go with this. Now we are actually fetching the information, and for some reason it is not happy. Let's restart the dev server. Oh, okay. Also, a problem is that it's actually waiting for me to drag end or zoom end to until then the bounds were undefined. Okay, and then this is a problem actually. But as you can see, the data is there. Okay, let's use our dialog to go into that. There are only one cinema. Okay, so we were actually creating a lot of cinema theaters there, but only one cinema has this address. Okay, let's fix the initial state, okay, by using another event listener called load. On loading, when the map loads, we have to actually set this bounds, and yeah, and automatically the data will be fetched. When I refresh it, let's open the new window. So we already get the data. Fine. I think this does not clean up anything, so I think I'm thinking to actually take that away. So what happens is that when the component unmounts, the bounds will stay the previous data, and we won't trigger any new data fetching. Okay, and I'm completely okay with that. I may be wrong, but yeah. So this is the use effect hook, which helps us determine the bounds of the map, and that bounds we are actually using here to filter the data. Okay. Actually, one more thing we need to test is we need to actually see if the filtering working. Okay, I'm going to display the data there. Console log the data. Now when I move away from the lat long, I should not get anything, right? Here I'm getting this one array. Okay, I'm getting the Satyam cinemas. When I move away, the bounds got updated and the data is empty array. Okay, when I come back, the data is again showing that. Fine. Okay, I'm also going to manually add the record for the address. Actually, it was a mistake previously. I did not add the address in the mutation, and that's why the MyAjol did not have any address. Okay, so I'm going to manually add it here. Add the address and lat long. Fine. Now we should have two cinemas. See, Location is not precise, but still fine. Okay. Now let's change the look of this marker, and also on clicking it, we are going to actually set the the search parameters. Okay, so that anybody can share the URL. Let's create a marker component. So this map marker, we are going to have, so whatever we pass inside the children will be, if I don't pass anything, we will get that default marker. Okay, this blue has nothing to do with our brand color. That's a default one. So I just created this. The brand icon is just a rectangle horizontal. Okay, that is meant to actually resemble a movie screen. But yep. And also I'm going to create a marker text, which will be an absolute component. So anything that it just brings itself to the bottom of the marker. Okay, so this is the marker we are going to use. Let me just replace that. And it just requires a cinema, and it automatically gets the latitude and longitude from that. Fine. You may think it's worse than the previous one. This is the marker, and we have the marker text below. Fine. Now let's start to work on our use handle search parameters hook. Okay, so first let's use the use search parameters to get the all search parameters. And I'm going to get the params using the URL search params, and also we need the, okay, so there are basically there are three actions: one for adding a parameter, deleting a parameter, and deleting all parameter. Okay, resetting all the parameters. So for adding the parameter, I'm going to get the key and a value. The value can be string or number, and I'm just setting the parameter. And okay, we also need the router. Here I'm not pushing it, but actually replacing the URL. Okay, we also need the path name using the use path name. Okay, so that's how we do the add param. Let's just return that. We have two more actions, we'll come back to that. And here in the marker cinema, I'm going to use the hook and get the add param, and on click I'm going to use that. So here I'm going to pass the key as cinema ID, and I'm going to pass ID there. Okay, now let's see if it works. It should work. When I click the Satyam cinemas, I'm getting that cinemas equal to 5. Okay, on changing, it changes also to 5 and 4. Okay, so add param is working. Let's add the other actions. For deleting all, I'm going to have, we are just going to replace, we're just going to replace the entire path name to just slash. Okay, so that will get rid of all the parameters, search parameters. And for deleting one parameter, I'm going to use the delete, and I'm just passing the key. Okay, that is this is an equivalent of something like even React context with or a reducer. I went through all the, I considered them, I tried them, and later I stuck with this thing because now people can actually share this URL. Okay, now we can do stuff like on when we have the search cinema ID in the search parameter, we can look the address and we can automatically zoom to that. Okay, I think, yeah, we are going to do it. Yep. So this is a better way. This is better than Redux or any local local data local store. Okay, now let's just listen to the search parameters, and if the cinema ID is there, I'm going to display a dialog, and then we will list the cinemas, the movies that are running in that cinemas, okay, including all screens. Now we need to create one more component called movie dialog. Actually, that is the dialog which we are going to use completely through till we actually book the ticket. Here I'm going to get the params, and okay, I also have to return the params from the hook. So inside the movie dialog, I'm getting the params and delete all. I'm getting the cinema ID from that, and also I'm going to have states for opening and closing the dialog. Now using the cinema ID, we can fetch the cinema. In the cinemas router, we have okay, actually we have to create that procedure cinema. This is going to be a public procedure dot input dot query. So this input is going to need the ID. Return ctx.db.cinema.find unique. Here we have to actually pass the ID. So that's what we are going to get here. I'm going to create an object ID, which is going to be z.number. And here in the input, I can destructure the ID. That's what we are going to pass here. Fine. So that is the procedure for creating one cinema. Now I'm going to get the cinema based on this cinema ID, which can be null. Okay, so I'm going to actually create a hook separately, okay, called get cinema. Use get cinema, which is going to get the cinema ID that can be string or null, and I'm using that. So by default, I'm going to actually disable the whole operation, and only if the cinema ID is valid. If it's not null, we're going to fetch it, okay, and we're going to return the cinema. Okay, so it's going to be ID. Fine. Now that is the hook I'm going to use here, and it's going to get the cinema ID. Fine. I'm going to return back the cinema. And again, I'm going to use the use map here, because if the cinema is true, I told you that if somebody is opening this URL along with the search param, we are going to directly move to that particular area. So I'm going to again use a use effect. Okay, I also have to fetch the address. Okay, so I'm going to include address. Fine. So if the address is true, I'm going to open the dialog, and also I'm going to first let's just see the map action. So I'm going to add this movie dialog here. Okay, so here we'll be doing that simple dialog we created, right? Let's have the title as book tickets. Okay, book tickets, because this dialog is going to be used for the whole operation. Open dialog and set open dialog. Fine. Now when I run this, it opens the dialog. Ooh, fine. Okay, that was because I was actually by default setting the state to true. That is fine. Okay, I'm going to just leave that in that way. But when I close the dialog, you can see automatically we are focused to the MapGL. Let's click this, and the cinema ID changed and it automatically moved. Okay, let's also add some essential here so that will look cool. When I click Satyam Cinemas, wow, it moves from somewhere actually. Oh, I don't know why it starts from a different location, but okay, I'm going to disable. I'm not going to debug on that right now. Fine, so that's the thing. Now when I click the MapGL or Satyam Cinemas, we are going to see the book dialogues. Okay, so it's a bigger version of a pop-up. Okay, actually MapGL comes with a pop-up. We can actually have a whole form inside the pop-up, but I think having a dialog is much better, and we will have more space. And okay, so instead of the hello, let's print some data there. I'm just printing the cinema name. When I click it, I'm going to see that. Fine. And one more thing is, when we close this dialog, I want to actually reset the entire thing. So that's why I imported I destructure the delete all. So on the set open, I'm going to get the state, and then along with setting the dialog state, I'm also going to delete all that. So let's see. I'm clicking this thing, the window is there. When I close that, it deletes all the search parameters. Okay, that's fine. Fine, now in the beginning, we're going to have, so that is helpful. So since I remove all the search parameters when I close, when I click back the icon marker, the dialog opens. Okay, previously it was not opening. And one more thing is I'm going to have some, I'm going to change the cursor. So in the marker, I'm going to have a class name, cursor pointer. I cannot do that. Oh. Okay. So now we have the cursor pointer. Fine. Now in the above section, I'm going to list all the movies that are running in the screens of that cinema. Let's do that. I'm going to fast forward a bit. I'm going to create a component called, actually we have to abstract a lot of things. I keep creating components inside this create cinema. Okay, so I'm going to create a component called select movie.tsx, and I'm going to completely copy paste that, and we will just explain. Okay, it's not, there is nothing new here. First we are fetching the movies per cinema route. Okay, we have to actually write that. Let's go to the movies router. I'm going to create a route called movies per cinema. It's going to be a public procedure again. Dot input is going to be, I'm going to have the cinema ID. Here I'm going to return ctx.db.movie.find many where showtimes some. So we need to have showtimes that are after the current time. We don't want to display all movies that ever ran in that cinema, right? So some start time greater than new date. So that's one condition. And we also have the other condition called the screen. Okay. The other condition is the screen cinema ID has to be that. We can fetch the cinema ID from the input. Okay, so we are basically checking if there are any show times after this time, and also that screen should belong to the cinema ID we are just passing. Okay, this is the movies per cinema, and we are passing the cinema ID there. And we are going to use the param, add param, and delete param. If there are no data, we are going to display currently no shows are running in the cinema. Maybe let's use the alert box for this. Okay, so if there are some cinemas, I'm going to have some title here, select movie. Let's use title 2 from the typography. And I'm also going to have a loading. Let's create a simple loading component. I'm going to create a loading component inside the molecule, which is just a loader icon with animate spin. Okay, and it's also going to have some margin y 12. Fine. So we're having this loading button, and also each and every cinema movie is going to, on clicking that, I'm going to actually reset the showtime and screen ID, adding the movie ID. Okay. Now let's create the cinema select card. Again, I'm going to copy paste and move fast. Oh, actually, fine. Cinema select card inside the organism. This is going to get the movies per cinema, which the route we just created, the procedure. And we're also going to get the selected as a boolean. We're going to have the image with the title, okay, with some default styling based on the selected or not. And similarly here we decide if the movie is selected or not based on the parameter. If the movie ID is similar to the movie data we received here, that is a selected movie. Okay, now instead of just displaying the cinema name, I'm going to use the select movie component. Okay, also if the cinema is not there, we're not going to render the dialog. Fine, now let's see. Good. Now if I go to the Satyam, we see one movie. Okay, we only have one, and on clicking that, the movie ID gets selected in the search parameters. Okay, let's display more movies. I'm going to create some more show time so that it will display more movies there. I'm going to go to the managers, create show time. I'm going to create show times for Forrest Gump in screen 0, or let's do in the screen 1. I'm going to create two shows on the morning 10 o'clock and one in the evening 6:15. Fine. Okay, so our shows are ready. Now if I go back here, you will also see one more. You will see the Forrest Gump. Okay, and on selecting, you can see that the movie ID is changing. Now let's proceed to actually display. So this dialog is going to be like three layers. One, we are going to display all the movies based on the cinema ID, and on clicking the movie ID, we will go and fetch all the show times. Okay, in the show times router, I'm going to create one more procedure called the show times per cinema. It's again going to be a public procedure, and it's going to get the input. The input is going to be cinema ID and the movie ID. Okay, dot query. I have to import the Zard, and it's going to be a query. Okay, here the context and input. destructure the movie ID and the cinema ID. And actually we are going to do two things here. One, I'm going to fetch all the show times, and that is not sufficient. Here I'm actually passing, I'm filtering the movie ID and the screen ID, and I'm also filtering that the start time has to be greater than the correct time. Okay, that is a simplest way. You can actually get the duration of the movie, and then you can find an end time, and you can filter that also. But that's the simplest way. And I'm also sorting it by start time. I'm including the screen data. This is sufficient, but I'm going to actually do some manipulation. I'm going to group the show times based on the dates. So I'm going to create a function called reduce show time by date. Okay, here we are getting the show times, and it is going to expect a type which must have start time, that is date. Okay, so I'm reducing it. The initial state is going to be an empty object. We are going to have date followed by the date and show times. Show times is an array. Okay, array of whatever type we get, and we just get the date, and we assign the date and the show times into that, and we are just returning back the group data. So basically we are grouping that, and there could be ways to directly get this information through SQL, but I was struggling to get that format. The format is going to be like this, like followed by date and show times. Okay, that's the format, and this will be, we will use the date to. So yeah, in the UI we are actually going to loop through the dates, and then we will be displaying the show times. It's easier to see, that's why. Okay, now let's just create our grouped by data, show time by date, and I'm going to return only the values. Okay, now let's use this route, the procedure show times per cinema in our UI. In the movie dialog, I'm going to fetch the movie ID and the show time ID, and I'm going to, so right now we are rendering only the select movie, right? That's what we are seeing here. Now I'm going to also add one more, the next step. We are going to have 3 steps: selecting the movie, selecting the show time, and then selecting the seats. Now we are working with the selecting the show times. Okay, so I'm going to create this component, select showtimes.tsx. Okay, again this is also going to use the add parameters. On selecting, we have to set the showtime ID, right? And we are going to have the loading component. So this query we just created, which will return an array of date and show times, and that's what we are doing here. The box is an icon. Okay, so basically we are fetching the dates along with the show times, having some loader there, and then if there are no dates available, actually no data, if the array is empty, we are going to have this no show information, and then we are going to loop through that. So the data type is going to be date string, and followed by the show times array. Okay, that's the format. We are looping through that. I'm displaying the date. I'm going to actually create a custom function called format date, which will actually render today as today, tomorrow as tomorrow, and after that it will resort back to displaying the normal dates. We will write that function. I'm just sorting because we don't have any ways to actually make sure that an array is in right format or right order. Okay, so I'm here, I'm just sorting the dates, sorting the array based on the dates. And then this is a button. Inside the button I'm going to have another showtime select card, which will have information like the type of the screen, the seat information also. Yeah, we will actually write one more query to get all the remaining seats. I mean the total seats and the remaining seats. All this information will be inside that card. But before that, let's write this function. I'm going to create inside util. I'm going to create a file called functions, and this is going to be that. So basically, it looks for the date. If it's today, it's going to return today. If it's tomorrow, it will return tomorrow. Other than that, it will resort back to displaying this. Okay, the whole date. Fine. Now, before going to this, let's just see what we get back here. Showtime.id, and let's display some other stuff like screen dot price. Now I have to import this select showtimes, which is a second step. Okay, when I click this, you are seeing it is displaying different data, right? Now let's build this card. I'm going to create their component within the same file. This is going to get the showtime is going to be, I'm just going inside the showtimes route, showtimes per cinema, going into that array. Okay, that's going to return an array of date and showtimes, and then I'm fetching the showtimes and then one item inside that array. Okay, and similar, we also did the same thing for the movie card also, right? That's how we are displaying the border, the currently selected item. I'm also passing that. I'm getting the selected item here, and this format is from, okay, let's clean that up and we will see. Let's hide that for a minute. So I just have some style here, right? We are displaying the date, price, projection, sound system. That's all. And you go back, you will see this. Okay, now so this exists inside a button. Now we are actually adding more parameters. Okay, showtime ID and the screen ID. I'm selecting this. I'm selecting this 8 o'clock. That is a showtime of 4, and it also knows the screen ID. Okay, and this movie is running on another screen called screen 8, a showtime of 11 and 12. Now the good thing is you can share it with your friends and automatically that page will open. See, you cannot expect this when we use Redux or any local store. The URL is live. Fine, now let's build that show remaining seats. It's demanding. It's going to be demanding for the database. Okay, right now our database does not have any ways to increment and decrement the number of seats. Okay, we are actually going to do some aggregate query to know the length of the seats, and then to know if some of them are booked. We are going to write that. We'll see. So I'm going to write a query called seats info. Again, in the showtimes router, I'm going to add, that's a function, seats info. That is going to get the input type of just the showtime ID, and we are going to just do some counts. I'm going to get the showtime, and I'm going to get the total number of seats available for that screen ID and the booked seats. Okay, and I'm just returning that. Let's create this component. Okay, so we fetch this query, which actually, yeah, these are separate queries. I'm not even using promise all because these two are reliant on each other. Okay, maybe let's use promise all. I'm passing the asynchronous actions inside and get back the results. Fine. I'm just getting the data and displaying that. Okay. As I said, it is going to be really demanding for any database. So it says, so the Forrest Gump movie is running on a small theater, and the JBeam is running on a relatively larger theater with 48 screens, 48 seats. None of them are booked. Okay, fine. So everything is working. So in the next section, I will be displaying the seats based on the selection, and then we will be proceeding to booking. I discovered a bug here. So when I'm selecting the cinema ID, the movie ID is 6, the showtime ID are showtime and screen ID are 12 and 8. When I'm changing the movie, the showtime has to change. Okay, the screen has to change. The bug is the use handle search. Here, the delete param, actually I'm deleting the key, but I'm not updating the router. Okay, and then also I realized I'm calling it twice. The select movie, on clicking that, I'm resetting the existing, we have to reset the showtime and screen ID, right? Because that showtime belongs to the previous movie. That won't apply to the, when I change the movie selection, I have to reset that. I'm calling this twice, right? So basically if I go and just update here, update the router, I have to update it twice, and that may create rerun, that may trigger unwanted rerenders. So I am going to actually change the delete param to delete params. Okay, so I change the delete param to delete params. We are going to get an array of keys so that we can update the params in one go and update the router once. Even if it's going to be called for one instance, we can just pass that inside an array. Okay, fine. Now let's just update it. Update the select movie. Here I have to pass an array. The order does not matter. Fine. Now let's go back. Okay, we have this huge URL there. When I'm changing the movie, it resets. Okay, so I go back, I select one of the showtime, I switch the movie, now it gets reset. Okay, that was a bug I discovered. Okay, let's display the seat layout, and we will also have a basic reducer setup to store the data, the seat information like selected, and we can actually toggle the seats we are going to use a use reducer. So let's do. In the search cinema page, so we have two things set up. One is for selecting the movie, and on selecting we are displaying the select showtimes. The last one is select seats. Also we need to get the screen ID for this. Okay, so let's build the select seats page. Okay, I think we don't want the screen ID there. only the showtime ID is required. Now we need to actually, this is going to actually fetch each and every individual rows of the seats, and we are going to render them. So this makes this helps us to actually know which seats are booked. We can actually optimize this. Okay, this is again whenever we deal with seats, they are not optimized for performance, especially to know which seats are booked, to know how many seats are booked. We are doing an aggregate query in real time when the user is requesting that. It's not optimized, but still, yep. I'm going to move on. We just acknowledge, and in a real-time application, we can optimize this by actually modifying the database schema, provisioning to store in a required information there. So here I'm going to create seats, which is going to fetch seats. It's going to get the showtime ID, and let's get the query. Inside, I'm going to fetch the unique showtime using the showtime, and then I'm going to actually, so this showtime is going to have the screen and seats. Okay, this is going to be an array of seat information, but that is not sufficient. In order to be, we are looking to know if that seat is booked for that particular showtime. So that's why I have some things here like so basically we are looping through each and every seat. I am fetching the booking information, okay, and then based on that I am returning the seat information along with the booked property, which is going to be a boolean. So nowhere here we are specifying what is the output type, right? Everything tRPC handles for us. And also we need the ticket price, and I'm returning the tickets and the price. Okay, seats and the price. Okay, again this is okay, for some reason my dependencies were not showing up. I think it's fixed now. Okay, so as I was saying, this is not optimized for performance. In real world, we have to provision the database to store information for quick access. I'm going to fetch the seats query, and actually now we have an array of seats with the price information. I'm going to convert that into rows. Okay, that's what we will, that is helpful for us to render. I'm just going to have that here. Basically we are reducing all the seat information based on the rows. Now let's just render that. So we have this aggregated rows. Where is it? So basically I'm getting the entries, the key, the row is going to be, the row number is going to be the key, and the value is going to be the seats array. So I'm getting the entries of the array, and I'm looping through the seats in the row. So every seat is going to be a button. So we created this square component, right? It is just a width 5 and height 5 square with some rounded with a border, and also it takes a booked and selected information. If it's selected, we are going to have a primary information, primary color. If it's booked, we are going to like give it a muted look. Okay, we were using this one while showing while creating the screen. Also we were using the same square component, and actually I'm going to use use reducer. So let's just comment that, and we'll see a demo here. Okay. So all these screens are coming from the same, all these showtimes are coming from the same screen, but I changed the movie. This movie is happening on a smaller screen. Okay. That's good. Now let's work on the use reducer and we will implement the selection. Okay. Okay. So this is the use reducer, the hook to manage the seat selection. So this is going to have, we are going to have a state and we are going to have two actions, toggle seat and reset seats. Toggle seat will automatically understand if that seat is already selected, it will deselect it. If it is not selected, it will select it. And reset seats will reset all the selected seats. Okay. And this reducer will carry the logic. And also we have to look at the types here. There are two types of actions, toggle action and reset action. The types of the payload of both actions are going to be different. The toggle action is going to have a payload because we need to know the row and the column numbers. Reset, we don't need any information other than the type. And also this is going to be the type of the selected seats. So we just created this seats query and we are getting one instance of it. Okay. Fine. So inside the toggle, we are checking if that existing selection exists. Okay. We are looking at the state. We are seeing if the payload row and column is equal to any one of the selected seats. If that is the case, if that is not the case, we will just simply add the payload to the selected seats. But if it exists, I'm going to filter the selected seats. Okay, so that is the reducer, and we are using the use reducer, and we are finally exposing the state, toggle seat and reset seats. Now let's use that hook. Okay. So we get the state and we can destructure the selected seats out of it. You also have the toggle seat and reset seats. In the square, we are basically, so we know the seat column and the row numbers, and we are basically looping through the selected seats to understand if the square exists in the selected seats. And also if in the button, we are actually calling the toggle seat. Okay, let's have a look. Now when I click, the square knows it is selected. When I click that back, it deselects it. So after doing the payment, we will also see here the booked ones which will be muted. Okay, there is one more thing. We have to actually reset the whole thing when required. Okay, so before that, we also have to I'm going to do something funny. Okay, based on the selection, seat selection, I'm going to have a really judgmental comment here. Okay, so I actually created some text comments using ChatGPT, and I'm going to, based on the seat selection, I'm going to have that. Before that, let's just display the seat numbers. So I'm just looping through the seats, the selected seats. I'm just displaying the, so we need to create the seat number component. I'm going to place that in the seat screen utils. So it basically gets a row and the column, and we are having some styles here with some hover animation and so on. Basically, we are rendering the row and the column number. Okay. Now, when I select, you see this. Okay. Fine. Now let's implement the judgmental comments. I'm going to create that function in the functions, and it is huge. Okay, so it gets all the seats. Okay, all seats, it gets the selected seats, and it does a lot of stuff. It is looking for the number of rows. If it's seeing if it's last row, first row, or middle row. It is checking if it's corner. Also, I'm going to have a easy random function here. Okay, based on the length of the array we are passing. If the length is 7, it's going to be it's going to be between 0 and 6. And this seat comments is going to be the static JavaScript object with all the comments. So I'm going to paste that inside the static file. Okay. I also have type for that. Okay. I was bored one day, so I was doing this. Now, so if I'm not clicking anything, it still judges me. Okay, a little indecisive. Or don't worry, we have all been there. The perfect seat is just a click away. In the last row. Okay, we have okay, so okay, so I'm going to actually move the screen to the front so that the last row will revert the last row. So I'm going to move this in front of the seats, and also let's rotate that. Okay, just to be clear, let's also have some text there. Eyes this way. I want that text to be muted with size of extra small. Sorry. What? Okay. Text center. Fine. Yeah. Okay, so I'm happy with this. Now it has something to say. Okay, whatever the status, 0 seats. Are we planning a movie marathon at home instead? Just kidding, take your time. Middle of the theater is where the real movie buffs sit. Welcome to the club. The corner is perfect for, okay, whatever. Yep. So okay, so that's all. In the next section, we will actually do the booking for the particular seats, and then we will come back here to see the muted state, and nobody else can book the booked seats. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, our seat selection is happening. Let's continue with the payment. Okay, we are going to include Stripe. Okay. Search cinemas. Okay, in the last section, I actually forgot to add a reset button that resets all the seats. Okay, let's quickly add that. In the select seats, here, I'm going to actually make this a flex and then justify between, because we're going to have the reset button at the end, left end, and the submit button at the right end. Let's have some margin top, and I'm going to put the reset there. Okay, the reset seats come from the use seat selection hook. Okay, it gives back selected seats, toggle seats, and reset. Toggle and reset are the two actions. Now we have the reset button, and we select seats. You can reset it. You can also toggle that. Okay, so in the last section I forgot to add that. Now let's continue with our submit. Let's install Stripe, and we also need the Stripe Next.js. Okay, the installation for the Stripe and Stripe.js are done. Now I'm going to, let's create an instance, a Stripe instance. In the root, I'm going to create payment/stripe.ts, and here I'm going to import the Stripe, and I'm going to initialize the Stripe payment. And you also need the Stripe key. You need actually 3 things. The environment variable, I just wrote it here. You need the Stripe key, which we are using here. We also need the Stripe publishable key, that has to be next public, and also the Stripe success URL. We are going to actually redirect to a success page along with the session ID. Okay, yeah, we can just copy paste this. Okay. Okay, how to get the Stripe key? Let me quickly show you that. In the Stripe, you create an account. You create a payment account here. I'm in test mode actually. Go to the developers, API key. You copy the publisher. This is a next public publishable key. This is going to be the secret key. That's it. And you need the Stripe success URL. That's going to be success. Okay, actually we are going to create that page. Okay, you can redirect to anywhere, any page, but you have to add this session ID search parameters. Okay, fine. I have already added that to my environment variable. Now I have okay, we installed it. We created this Stripe instance. I'm going to create a new route. Okay, inside the router I'm going to create stripe.ts. Let's create a new tRPC router, and inside that I'm going to first create, we are going to actually have 2 routes. One for creating a session. We will be sending all the information that we want to show in the Stripe page, and we get back the session ID. And the second one we call the checkout. We will send back the session ID, and we actually, once that session is successful, we are going to actually create a ticket from inside that. Okay, let's do the first one. Create session is going to be a protected route, protected procedure. We're going to have an input. Let's create the schema. I'm going to just have it here. We're going to get the user ID, screen ID, screen of the screen, and the showtime ID for the ticket. Okay, and then the price of the seat, and then the seats, which are going to be an array. Inside that we are going to have the column and row. Okay, this is exactly the schema which we will send from our UI to our Stripe route in the tRPC. Okay, this is going to be a mutation. Let's destructure the input. I'm also going to get the user ID from the context. Now let's create a session. It's going to be an async operation. We have to make the function async. Here I'm going to get the Stripe instance which we created inside the payments folder. We have this Stripe instance, stripe.checkout.sessions.create. Okay, we are creating a session. Here I'm going to pass the payment type as card, and I'm going to pass the line items. Here we have line items. Line items are going to be, I'm going to take the seats information, I'm going to loop through them. The quantity 1 points to each and every seat is going to be 1 item, right? And also the pricing data is going to be the product data. Name, I'm going to include the row and column. That's how we mention the seat number, combining both the row and column. The currency is going to be INR. The unit price is going to be price into 100. Okay. The mode is payment. The success URL comes from the environment variable. The cancel URL. Okay, actually we have to also have the cancel URL. Okay, I have added the cancel URL in the environment variable. It is going to be just the URL itself. Okay, you can have a cancel page. You can inform the users like with oops, something went wrong or something like when they cancel the payment. So I'm going to keep it simple for this tutorial. Okay, we have added the cancel URL. And I'm going to pass the metadata. So this metadata we will actually access, we can access while after the payment is successful, we can get this data back from the session information. Okay, and that data will be used to create the ticket. That's it. Now we have created the session. We are actually passing all this information. This line items information is for actually rendering data in the payments page. Instead of just sending whatever the amount they have to pay, we are actually going to display the seat numbers and then the tickets for that. We can add more information there, but this is sufficient. So once it's successful, I'm just going to return the session ID from the session. Okay, we also have all this information, but I only want the session ID. Fine, now we have the create session. Let's add the Stripe to our root route. Stripe routes. Fine. Now in the select seats, first of all, people cannot access this without signing in, right? The unauthenticated users cannot actually. I'm going to stop that users from selecting the seats. So I'm going to have a quick check here. So if the user ID is not there, I'm getting the user ID from the use auth from the clerk, and if the user ID is not there, we are actually returning the sign in. Let's just quickly see that. Okay, this is the page, and if I'm opening it in incognito, you will see this. Okay, people can still share the whole information, and you can see that this movie and the showtime are being passed in the URL. Okay, but they cannot select the seats. That is the condition we are having here. Okay, now near the reset, we added the reset button. Now after the reset, I'm going to have a check like if the selected seats, if there are selected seats, I'm going to add a button, create booking button. Okay, so if there are seats, the create booking button will show. Inside the create booking, on click, you can have a simple form, but I'm simplifying this. Inside the on click, I'm going to prepare some data called, we have the selected seats from our use reducer, and I'm preparing the data. I'm just having the price column and so basically selected seats only have the row and column. Okay, booked row and column. I'm actually adding the price along with the seat information. And let's actually we have to have the mutation. We just created a mutation in our Stripe route. I'm going to have that. Okay, tRPC Stripe create session. This is the mutation we created, and I'm renaming that as create session. So in the button, after we prepare the data, I'm going to call the create session. Okay, we need the screen ID. I'm passing the seats with the row, column, and price. I'm passing the showtime ID, price, and user information. Oh, the price is actually redundant there. I have the price here. Oh, we don't need the price. Okay. Maybe I don't have to process the data. This is unwanted. The seats can be selected seats. Okay, it's fine. So in the on click, I'm actually calling the mutation. I'm passing all the information. Actually, we need this screen ID here. In the last section, I deleted this. Now let me go back and add the screen ID there. Okay. I just added the screen ID to the select seats. Now we are working on our Stripe session creation. Okay, so after the session, we are actually going to, the Stripe session is going to have the session ID. Now we have to call the load Stripe that is going to come from the Stripe.js we install, right? So that gives us the load Stripe. I'm going to pass the, we're going to fetch the publisher key from our environment variable. We're going to load Stripe. And then I'm going to return Stripe dot redirect to checkout. So this will open the Stripe page, and I'm going to pass the session ID, which we are going to get from the session Stripe session dot session ID. Okay, maybe I have to store it as a result and return that separately. Okay. Fine. Let's also reset the seats. Now let's try it. Our payment is not done yet, but we will see the Stripe payment screen at least. I select the seats. I click the create booking. Now you are seeing the seat information, right? So we did our mutation. We got the session ID, and then we are actually calling the redirect to checkout using the session ID. And actually Stripe knows what is inside the session information. Okay. Because we passed two things inside the session information. One is we are passing this line items. That is what showing here. Okay, this is the seat information. We are actually generating the seat information, just concatenating the row and column. I'm also having the unit price here. So all these things. Now when I submit this, okay, when I submit this, we have this environment variable. So when I submit this, the Stripe success URL is going to pass the session ID to the success page. We have to create that page. You can directly use an API route to here, but I'm going to actually create just pass the session ID to a page, and then I'm going to, from that page, I'm going to call one more mutation to our tRPC server. There we will be making sure that the payment is successful, and then we will create the ticket from that tRPC. So that's the plan. Okay. Now let's create the success page quickly, and we will see that just some basic page. So inside the app, I'm going to create success/page.tsx. Okay, I already have one. Okay, I have the directory. I'm going to create this page.tsx. I'm going to create a simple page that gets the search params. Okay, and I'm going to fetch the session ID there, and basically I'm going to just display the session ID. Okay, now after that, after we get this workflow running, we will create one more route called checkout in our tRPC server, and then we will use the session information and create a booking there. Now I think it will get updated to there. Now I think once I submit this, we will get our session success page open. Okay, fine. So it redirects to the success page. We are just seeing the session ID here, That's half of the Stripe payment workflow. Let's complete the next half. I'm going to go to the Stripe route, and I'm going to create one more. Mutation here. I'm going to call that checkout. It's going to be a protected procedure again, and the input is going to be z.object. We're going to actually get the session ID. Let's retrieve the session from the Stripe using the session ID. That is going to come from the input. I'm retrieving the session. Now we can access the metadata. Okay, this metadata is exactly what we pass here. So I'm going to fetch the booking information from the metadata. I'm also going to get the UID from the metadata itself. We are passing the user ID here. And if there is no booking ID available, I'm going to just throw an error. Let's just console log the metadata just for debugging for now. And now I'm going to parse the data. Okay, we have this schema, payment schema. Let's do some safe parse, because we don't know what metadata comes from, even though we are the one who are passing it, right? But I'm going to parse the data. Parsed booking info. It's going to be schema payment dot. I'm going to omit the price from here because we don't want that. And then I'm going to do the safe parse of JSON dot stringify. I'm going to pass the booking info inside that. Okay. Now we did the safe parse. Now we have to actually do some if condition. If it's successful, we can actually access the data. All right. Let's destructure the information, seats, screen ID, showtime, etc. Now I'm going to directly access the ticket model and create the ticket. Ticket equals await context.db.ticket.create. I'm going to pass the data. We need the UID there. I already destructured the UID. Okay, here is it. And we need the bookings. Create seats dot map. I'm going to actually map the seats array, and I'm going to create the bookings out of that. That's it. And I'm also going to include the bookings information because we are getting the ticket back. We want to display some information, so I'm also including the bookings and the seat and showtime information. That's it. So if the parsing was not successful, I'm going to again throw an error. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now let's go to the success page and let's call this mutation. So first of all, if the session ID is not there, I'm going to just render session ID missing. Let's do the ticket information, ticket mutation. So this is the checkout mutation we wrote. We are fetching the session information, retrieving the session information from the Stripe, and we are using the metadata to create the ticket. Okay. And if it is successful, I'm going to redirect to the user/tickets page. Oh, I have to actually return the data, return the ticket. Now we get the ticket information. Fine. Actually, one thing I unwantedly add is I included some booking information. Okay, we don't want that. I'm sorry. And also we can directly return this from here. Fine. Now I get this information, we do the actual mutation inside from a page. And also I wanted to add a loading page here, so that when something like this happens, we will see the loading page. So inside the app, I'm going to create a loading.tsx. I'm just going to create a simple, we also have a loading component inside the molecule. Maybe I can just use that. Okay. And the naming is really important. It has to be called loading.tsx. So anything that happens, the asynchronous, when the page is fetching, we will be showing the loader bar. I should have added this much earlier. And also I'm going to add a error page. It has to be called error.tsx. So we need to, this page will automatically get the error message, and I'm just consoling log, and I'm having the message displayed there along with a reset button. Okay, so the reset button will also be received as a prop. Okay, now we have the error and loading. Now we have to actually create the tickets page. So what's going to happen is, I think we can, okay, so I'm going to create a dummy tickets page. Okay, what's going to happen, we are going to, when we refresh this page, we are going to hit this mutation, and when we get back the ticket, and if the ticket is valid, we are going to we are going to be redirected to the user/tickets page. Okay, I'm going to create a page.tsx inside the user/tickets, where I'm going to have some dummy information like what are the tickets the user has, like that. Okay, let's this is a dummy that's a dummy route I'm going to create inside the Stripe. We will be creating a much more efficient, a detailed one later. So I'm going to have a query here. We don't want to send anything. We get the user ID from the context, and we are returning all the tickets that the user owns. Okay, so this is a very simple component. We will be changing this. We will actually, in the next section, we are going to actually generate a QR code, and we will be rendering that QR code inside the ticket. So right now I'm just looping through. I'm just displaying the ticket ID and the number of bookings. That's going to be the seat count. Fine. Now I'm going to try to refresh the same. I'm going to, when I refresh it, I'm going to hit the mutation along with the session ID. Internal server error. Okay, let's try to run that again. Okay, actually we are getting that error from here. While while passing the booking information, I actually, we need to actually parse that by, I was stringifying that, and hence it was complaining that it was expecting an object but received a string. Okay, so I'm parsing it. Now let's refresh the page. Let's restart. Oh, I'm also having this error here. Okay, now let's refresh. When I refresh, I'm going to actually get the mutation done along with using the session ID. Wow, expected object received string. Okay. Okay. We will do that one more time. Okay, I was like doing the Stripe workflow partially, and then I was doing the checkout. I was yep, we faced some difficulties while doing that. Let's do it once again. I'm going to go to the home page, and let's also create the user. We don't have a user page yet. Let's create that. So right now we have only one ticket. The ticket is going to be 10 and we have 2 seats. Okay, we will change this layout. We will have the QR code and so on. Now let's book one more ticket. Let's use our dialog to go to Chennai. Let's book a ticket for Forest Gump, 6:15. Last row. Create booking. It's going to show the seat numbers, the total amount to pay. I'm going to enter the dummy card information. Clicking the pay. Now we will be redirected to the success page. You will see the session ID. We quickly saw the loading bar, right? Because the success page was doing the mutation, and hence we were seeing the loading. And now we have 2 tickets. Okay, that's the Stripe payment. And in the next section, I will be while creating the ticket, we are going to use a package called okay, we are going to use a library to create a QR code. Yep, and that will be it. Okay, see you in the next section. Bye. Okay, I think we are in our last section in this project. We're going to create a QR code. Also, we are going to use the Firebase admin to upload the image to our Firebase storage, and we will render the QR code, and I will show you, and we will scan the QR code in my phone, and that will be it. Okay, fine. Let's start with installing the required dependencies. For this final section, I'm going to need a package called bwip.js. We are going to use this package to create a QR code, and also we already have Firebase, but I had difficulty uploading the image using that Firebase. I required a Firebase admin package, and we will set this up. Okay, we will set up a different config for setting up this Firebase admin. So those are 2 things, and I also want types for the bwip.js. Okay, let's add types for the bwip.js. Now let's set up the storage. We already have this config for Firebase. I'm going to set up Firebase admin. I'll show you how to set up actually. Go to your Firebase account. Okay. You have to go to the project settings, service accounts. We are actually setting up the Firebase admin. That will give us much more power and control over what we can do with this project. So you have to download this secure service account, and you have to initialize the admin. Okay, that's what we have to do. But actually this is going to be a JSON, and we can like pick properties from that JSON. That's what I did. I'm going to create a Firebase admin file here. So I'm using the initialize app. I am doing something to make sure that I'm not initializing the admin again and again. So I'm using the same, I'm putting everything, I'm using the initialize app. This is exactly how they asked me to do. Okay, the initialize app credentials. So instead of, actually we can directly pass the values here. I'm going to save the Firebase client email, Firebase private key, project ID. So all these properties you can find inside this JSON file. Okay. I'm going to also store the next public storage bucket. you can get this. Okay, that's going to be the secure next public storage bucket. I have updated all this in my environment variables, and I'm also generating an instance for the admin storage. Fine. Now let's write the function to upload the image. Okay, I'm going to create an upload file inside the storage. So this is going to take a buffer, which is a raw binary data representing the image. Okay, and also going to get the UID and the ticket ID for placing the image inside the right location, and it's also going to return back a promise of string. Going to import the admin storage. That's the instance of admin.storage after admin is initialized. We're going to get the bucket. We also specified the bucket storage here, so it knows where to get. And I'm going to get the file name using a ticket /uid/ ticketid.png. So this prepares a handle to the file object in the bucket, and the content type is going to be image/png. And I'm going to create a new promise. Let's first create a write stream. So that's the writable stream is created to send data to Firebase storage, and I'm going to manage the error and finish events. And after that, I'm going to create a buffer stream. We can import the readable from the stream. So this buffer stream constructs a readable stream from the provided image buffer. We are going to actually get the buffer from the bwip library also. And finally, I have to pipe the write stream to the buffer stream. This will initiate the upload, and once everything is done, I'm going to return back the file name. Okay, fine. Now let's go to the Stripe routes. Now we have to update the upload. Okay, we are actually creating the ticket here. Let's save it to a variable and return it. So in between, we are going to generate the QR code, upload the QR code to the Firebase storage, and then update the ticket with the QR code URL. Okay, the image URL. Okay, let's create the QR code data. What information that's going to be inside the QR code? We have to actually include more information. I'm going to include the booking, and inside the booking we are going to include the seat, showtime, and inside the showtime I'm going to include the movie information, and hence we get the movie name. Okay, so while doing the mutation, creating the data, we are asking the Prisma to fetch more information once. Okay, along with the same operation, we get the movie name, we get the seats. So these are information that's going to go inside the QR code. We are going to get the user information, ticket ID, movie name, seats. It's going to be an array, and then the time that's a show time. Okay, the start time of the movie. Now let's create the buffer that we can send to the Firebase upload. Okay, ticket QR code equals, I'm going to use the bwip.js. Let's import that. .to buffer. I'm going to select the QR code as the bset, that's the barcode type, and the text is going to be json.stringify. I'm going to pass the QR data, and also I'm going to do the text align, text x align to center. Okay, that is the buffer. Now we have to actually call the Firebase upload function along with this buffer. Now we are going to call the Firebase upload. I have to pass the ticket QR code first, along with the user ID and the ticket ID. So these are the arguments the Fire upload is expecting. First one is the buffer, UID and the ticket ID. Now the image will be uploaded. After that, I'm going to update the ticket. Okay, I'm going to call it. I'm selecting the ID using the ticket ID. I'm updating the QR code. We have the QR code column in the ticket. Okay, this is just a string. This is going to point to the URL of the where we have uploaded the ticket. Fine. Once everything is done, I'm going to return back the ticket. Now we can go back to the workflow. Once the ticket is done, once it's successful, we are creating a ticket, we are creating a QR code, we are uploading it to the Firebase, we are updating the ticket, and we are returning the updated ticket. Now I'm going to update the user pages. Right now we have this ticket page. I'm going to create a simple layout there. So just like how we have here, okay, we have a manager menu. I'm going to create a user menu, which is going to be simple, which is going to only have the user dashboard and the ticket information. I'm going to have a layout file for the user. So that's going to have, it's exactly similar to what we did in the manager and the admin pages. We have the user menu, which is going to have two links and some responsive sidebar along with the children. Oops. Actually, the layout we have to keep that outside the tickets. I'm also going to have a dummy page right now for now. Okay, this is the user page, and inside the ticket I'm going to create a new template called tickets. Let's create that. I'm going to copy paste and we will go through that code. Okay, so this is the template. We are going to get the UID. Okay, so before this we have to create the tickets route. Previously I was having a temporary my tickets procedure here. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to create a new route called tickets.ts, where I'm going to create the my tickets, and this time we are going to include more information. I'm going to include the movie data, screen information, along with which cinema the ticket is booked. Let's also add the tickets route to the root route. Now we have this ticket component. We are basically fetching the information there. So we're basically fetching the information from the my tickets query, and I'm looping through that, and I just created a card for the ticket movie. I'm passing the ticket data there, and this is going to, we're going to have a simple dialog. Okay, that's an opinionated dialog which I composed with all these Shadcn dialog components, and inside that, so typically we are going to have the image and the data about the movie title, cinema name, screen information, the screen number, and also the dates, the start time. I'm going to make this will return back the time, this will return back the date, and also we are going to display the seat number. Actually, I have a component for this. We have a component called seat number, where we can pass the column and the row. Fine. So basically we are fetching all the information. I'm looping through the data, all the tickets, and I'm using the ticket movie. That the ticket movie is the component is actually displaying the image of the film, okay, poster URL. It also displaying the cinema name, everything. It displays a date, it displays the seat information, and finally we have this view QR code. On clicking that, it will open this simple dialog, and inside that we have this QR code component. So here this will get the URL, and this URL is not completely usable. Like I'm just storing the location where I store the picture in my Firebase storage. This is not a complete URL, so we need to fetch the URL. I use it from using this util function. I'm getting the reference that needs the storage and the path, and we can get the URL out of it. Okay, this path is going to be this one, and then the get download URL will give us the usable image, and that's what we are returning. So in this QR code, it gets the URL, I mean this URL, and it generates the src that is usable, and that's what I'm using in the image. Okay, that's all about this component. Fine. Now in the pages, this is inside the tickets. I'm going to just use that one component, tickets from the template. We don't want to fetch anything here. Fine. Now it loads, and we have a few tickets. Actually, these are the tickets I booked previously, right? Let's create a new ticket, and also this time we will be seeing the booked seats. Okay, I'm going to book another ticket. You can see some tickets are already booked. We cannot click them. I'm going to book 4 tickets in the last row. Create booking, add all information, and let's pay. Now it will be redirected to the success page first in the local host along with the session ID. It's going to write the data in our ticket. It also generated the QR code, everything happened. It updated it also uploaded the image in the QR code. Now we have the 4th ticket. Let's click this. Okay, and that is the QR code. I'm going to use Google Lens to read this. You can open your Google app and click on the Google Lens in the search bar. Search with your camera. It recognizes QR codes. When you search, you get this information. Okay. Oops, it's a bit noisy. Okay, so we can use this information. We have that user ID, ticket ID, movie information, seat numbers, and the time of the show time. Okay,